Good afternoon. Oh, hold up. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I can not see Mikks. Mikks, are you? No, Mikks should not be coming through right now. Mikks should be with me, but I have screwed up the collab sources because I was a slob. Uh, uh, do, 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 do. Discord. Let me. Why is it not allow it? Why is Discord not there? We'll just check something here. Mix.wav, Discord audio, Mix.wav. Could you try speaking, Mikks?
Hello, hello.
There we go. Mikks is audible but not visible. Transform. Where's the Fugi? Oh, that's. Oh, there it is. Okay, interesting choice for it to be. Hello, hello. Here's Mikks. Hello, hello, hello. Here's Mikks.
Look, it's me.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's you. It's you. I like your Fugi a lot. It's very good. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and this is my one stream of the week before Offkai. And welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. I am joined here right now by Mr. Mikks.
Hello, chat. Most of you know me. I talk in chat fairly frequently.
Yeah,
a little less
Mikks,
recently, but
yeah, you're a regular. You've been on the channel a couple times before.
yeah, true.
You know,
I was here like last week, actually.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Mikks has his own little channel. You stream usually like Saturday and Sunday morning.
I stream like probably Tuesday, Thursday is probably going to be my actual schedule.
Okay.
I don't really, or maybe Saturday and Sunday. I'm not sure. I might stream back to back, like on the weekend, or I might stream like once a week and try to do a longer stream. I'm not sure. Right? So, as I explained on my last stream, I was intending to get affiliate, take a 2-week hiatus, and then come back. A lot of stuff prepared. And then the world exploded like 5 times in a row.
Oh, yeah.
So that didn't happen. So I was at the point of like, I'm going to Offkai in like 4 days. I need to get some streams in here because people have subscribed to me and I have not streamed in 2 months. So
It's an interesting feeling when you have that sense of like, oh, like I like owe these people something for the subscription, and it is it's a small like little part of what I think is kind of like internal differences between streamers, where I am very much. I treat it very much like donations, and I very much thank you for your generosity to my subscribers. I can see some of you there, including Mikks. I thank you very much for that because this is a public access stream. It is supported by viewers like you, and and then there's I talk to other people who are like, oh, because tier 3 exists, I need to come up with commensurate rewards to make sense for that, whereas I kind of want people to have access to as much as possible, which may just be bad business on my part. It may just be bad business on my part.
I mean, my strat, right? My strat with the emotes is that I don't have a lot of emote slots right now. I have like 10 total, right?
Yeah.
Plus like a couple subscriber specific ones, right? And my plan is that every tier 2 and tier 3 emote will be drawn by myself.
That's honestly pretty good. I am contemplating doing that myself. I don't know which one of us is a worse artist.
Oh, it's definitely me.
Okay.
You at least have the fine motor control coming from your
that's true.
Calligraphy, right?
Yeah.
But I think my lack of skill as an artist is part of the charm.
Yeah, no, that's why I think it's so fun.
At tier 3, me of all people, right? Not Nagi, not you, not like Mabel or somebody, right? Not Mirabelle. You subscribe to me. You choose to give me your tier 3 sub, and you get a shitpost. That's what you get.
Yeah.
You get specifically this emote. This is what you get for subscribing to me at tier 3.
I like this one a lot.
And my eternal gratitude, of course.
I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. Yeah, it might just be bad business sense on my part that I act like that. Yoshinu, thank you for the follow. I should probably get in the hellos. I'll give a few more minutes for people to to come in. Nagi, you are always cooked. Never
You're
raw.
the fried serpent.
Yeah, never raw. Always real.
Yeah.
Yes.
No heavy sushi.
No heavy sushi. No heavy maki here.
Yeah, heavy maki.
That's actually kind of good. That's actually kind of like a good idea for an emote, or like a piece
Heavy
of art.
maki is a pretty good idea. Yeah.
That's Tsuchinoko just rolled in rice.
Yeah.
So like in a rice.
She
burrito.
does like rice.
She does like rice. Yeah, heavy no maki. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I think this is a pretty good idea. Put the Tsuchinoko in wrapped in rice and yeah.
Yeah. No, but there's like so the way I view this in terms of like viewer interaction, right, is it's more just like I do my stream for me mostly. This is mostly a form of self-expression of mine, and if I can entertain others, cool, right? But as of now, I'm not really thinking about it in terms of business. I'm thinking about it in terms of art. So I am concerned as a artist that if somebody comes to my show and gives me money or buys tickets for my show, that I actually do my show. Right? That's how I view this, right? Because I'm not comfortable saying like they value me, therefore they give me money and they get my emotes. I didn't even have emotes. That was the big thing, right? I didn't even have emotes when people subscribed to me. I was like, oh my god, please no. Right? And so I was just kind of like, Nagi, go bother Quinn about it. You know she'll just draw you whatever you want.
I think Nagi might just be hungry.
She's always hungry.
That's true.
The truth, right?
That's
my truth. That's my secret, Captain. I'm always hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, my thing with the emotes is like I want people to have them.
Yeah.
Right. Like I'm a little bit strategic about it, but I want people to have them because when people start spamming the sock emote and the dance emote, and the tank emote, it just makes me happy. Like I want people to have access to them, and
I wish to have emotes, and I would like to make as many of them full lore emotes as possible.
Yeah.
Which you're limited on that. I would like good animated emotes that emote good things that are interesting and cool. Part of that's my ego because I don't want to have emotes that look the same as everybody else's. But another part of it is just I love emotes, right?
Yeah.
Like I have become, as my dear friend Sov tells me, a 16-year-old girl. In that I just use these emotes of anime characters dancing around to respond to stuff, and he's like, "Who have they replaced you with?"
I mean, this is I've talked about this, and I think it's extremely funny that you described my video game taste as a 17-year-old on Tumblr.
It's really accurate, though.
I think you're accurate on that one. It's not like my entire taste. It's just that
no. You have the 17-year-old like Tumblr anime fan taste, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like specifically the girl specifically, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the taste of the like dour-faced Asian board game enthusiast.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
Those are the two wolves that are inside of you.
I mean, this is something that you know because you are from You're from this highly educated background as well. That you know that people who have very refined taste tend to have a mix of very highbrow taste and very lowbrow taste.
Yes, I mean myself included, right?
Yeah, no, it's just what happens. Like
I often present myself as somebody who, I suppose I would say, like prefers dignified media and prefers things to have dignity.
Mm-hmm.
But then my favorite movie is In Bruges.
Yeah, no, that's extremely fair. That's extremely reasonable. Yeah,
And I love ridiculous superhero stories, and
I'm still thinking about the time I was like asking you about what you felt like you were an expert in, and you said I know everything about mecha, and I was like, that's a bold claim. I
Yeah.
was like, that's a bold claim, and I just kind of like, I was just like, okay, if you say so. And no, it seems to be true. It seems to
And
be the
then
case.
and then I had an opportunity to actually talk about it because you were discussing, I think, Armored Core with
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah,
And I was
yeah.
just like talking about, I think I was talking about like the designers of each individual
Yes, that was
Armored
it.
Core.
Yeah,
And
it was the fact that like you were like down to like individual credit lists on different on like anime I'd never heard of. I was like, okay, yeah, he actually does.
yeah,
This is
no,
not a
like
joke.
I
Like,
spent like 25 years consuming everything to do with this media. So the fact that I only know everything about it and I still have to take some time to recall it is actually kind of embarrassing, right? Like if I had spent 25 years on anything else, like meaningful, I would be one of the world's foremost experts in that thing. And instead I spent it on this, right? The Mexpert. Pretty good, actually.
that's actually pretty good. That's actually I like that. Amusingly, I actually got to have a kind of fun mech conversation the other day, yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Karatsun, who, if you don't know her,
Yeah,
yeah,
I do.
Kara's lovely.
Yeah.
She had been going down, she'd been falling into a Gunpla rabbit hole,
Right. As many VTubers are right now.
as many VTubers are. And so this is again, this is one of those cases where like you and I diverge on this. I am learning that I have particularly unusual taste in mechs. I didn't think I had that unusual taste in mechs because I do like mechs as like visual.
You have like the sort of what's his name? This is my problem. Sid Mead. You have like the sort of Sid
Yeah.
Mead vibe to you, right?
Yeah.
You like the weird looking vehicular chicken walker type stuff,
Yes,
right?
I do. I like because of, I mean, non-trivially because of what I think the themes are of the genre as I've engaged with it, where it's, we have chosen to utilize, we have just wound up making death machines that happen to be humanoid, and that war is terrifying and horrible. That like I want them to be like kind of alienating and off-putting, and I want them to be obviously weapons. I want them to be, yeah. So like
well,
Rex
except in
is my
cases like Pat Labor, right?
yeah. Well, Pat Labor, Pat Labor is like the contradictory one to me because I love Pat Labor as like I love everything about it, but like it's not like the mech designs that I'm super into. It's just like incidental that they are mech.
They're really
design.
good though.
I am believing you on this one.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but you like the sort of almost incidental nature of their inclusion as occupational tools within a world.
Well, and the part of this is also like a bit of a fixation I have from like other pieces of military sci-fi, where like I want to understand what the purpose of something is very, very quickly. So, you know, Metal Gear Rex is like my favorite mech.
Okay, that makes sense. Great design.
Great design. It's very hostile, and it is dominated by the rail cannon. Right, like this is a thing that carries its gun. That is what the whole thing is designed to chamber and move its gun.
Yeah.
And this is like why I like a lot of Lancer mechs.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
Yoshi Shinkawa is a very good mecha designer. That being the Metal Gear mechanical designer and character designer, he's very, very.
His art's
skilled,
so good.
right?
I love his art.
His art is really good. The other mecha artist who reminds me of him is I always get their names mixed up, so give me just a second here. Tomohiro Shimaguchi, right? The artist of Lion Barrels of Iron. Who is now drawing a Batman comic, by the way. In which Batman fights a giant robot, because of course he does, right? His work reminds me a lot of Shinkawa. Like, obviously, he's less established. He's much younger, right? But in that, he likes his very angular, hostile designs with a lot of, like, thematic nature
Yes.
to them, right?
Yes, that's kind of what I like. I kind of don't like the ones that are more, like, they just happen to be carrying... Like, it's just a guy who is big. And like clean. Me and Yoshinu are in the comments. But yeah, so my friend Kara has been on the rabbit hole of Gunpla and Gundams. And like completely different taste from me, right? Like completely different taste from me. Because like, partially also like my first mech that I ever like thought about was the Mad Cat.
The Mad Cat, yeah.
Yeah, the Mad Cat is like cemented in my brain, and like that's like the mech to me. And the way that I think that for a lot of people, I don't know what the name of it, like the main Gundam is like
the Gundam.
The Gundam,
the RX-78 Gundam.
Yeah, the
That's
RX-78.
why it's called Gundam.
That's what I thought. I was just like, wait, am I like, am I overthinking this? Am I tricking myself?
It's either the Gundam or the Zaku.
Oh,
right?
the Zaku. Okay.
The Zaku 2 usually, but sometimes it's the Zaku 1. Right? They're different.
Wonderful.
It's like difference between like a first generation warplane and a second generation warplane, right? That's the basic concept there.
Okay, yeah. So like those are those tend to be what people like, and those ones feel too humanoid and friendly to me. Because again, I grew up with the Mad Cat's the one that I first think of. The Mad Cat's like my initial introduction, and
so
the Mad Cat's just gun.
It's just gun. It's based on the Mad Cat is based on a design from, I believe, Dogram. I think.
Okay.
It's either Dogram or it's one of the designs that they lifted from Macross, or one of the other super dimensional series, right? It's defamiliarized, unlike some of the other designs from early BattleTech.
Yeah.
But
I was actually really kind of surprised when like a friend of mine got really into BattleTech, and I learned that a lot of BattleTech mechs are just like are so much more humanoid looking.
Yeah, they also were literally stolen from Japanese
anime. Oh yeah, no.
It's really interesting story legally, actually.
Oh no, the whole thing. Yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of crazy legal disputes in it. But yeah, just to finish up the thought on this.
Of course.
One of those things that people might not know. BattleTech is usually is a lot of how mecha came to America, because again, they just stole this stuff and then did it in English and did a very like. The plots are honestly very Tom Clancy.
It feels like they're trying to do Tom Clancy's Dune.
Yes, Tom Clancy's Dune. It's like Dune, but not nearly as hostile and like weird and alien. It's much more like we're going to do all that dynastic politics stuff, but it actually doesn't matter. It's all just like an excuse to get into
far less religion.
Far less
religious conflict, right? Which is
far less
boring, honestly.
Honestly, I don't like the setting. Like having like despite the fact that, like I've read a lot of it, the ultimate conclusion is it's actually pretty bad. It's just kind of dumb and boring.
The game is okay sometimes, right?
The game is okay. I find it to be way too complicated for what it's achieving. And you also know me. I am like a real asshole about that one. I'm really picky about that one.
I can agree with you on this. I like complicated games, but BattleTech and Shadowrun both do the thing where it's like, why do you have rules for these things? You don't really need rules for these things.
I have I should say I'm a snob. Oh, Pekon Neko, thank you for the 7 months. And hello, little underscore noob thing. I may as well get in the hellos now. We've been here for a minute. I always like to wait for people to filter in a little bit. Hello, Saribot. Hello, me. Hello, Carmelo. Hello, Melkor the Great. Hello, X_Yumi_. Yumi's quite sweet. She's mostly a Warframe streamer. Oh, somebody took them off, Pekko. I forget who. I can look through the logs if I want to. Hello, Alexandra Luna. Hello, of course, to Nagi. Hello, Yoshinu. And this is somebody that you know, Yoshinu.
Nina. Yeah. She's a old regular from Nagi's server. We played games together. We played League together for a while. She's a good friend.
It always takes me a while to, if somebody is not using like their display name, it always takes me a while to.
This is the only place she's not Nina, so I call her Nina.
Oh, okay. And hello, little underscore noob thing, and hello, Pekon Neko, and hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers, and I guess my glasses are back. But yeah, so what I was, one of those things that is very funny about BattleTech is that old BattleTech art, particularly from the older source books, is awful.
Oh God, yeah.
It's really bad. It's like, I feel like I should pull up a window of some of it. So I didn't get to subject her to the worst ones because I couldn't find, I couldn't remember the name of the one that. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna open these as links.
Like I look at some of this old BattleTech art, and like I can instantly recognize. Oh, this is from Super Dimensional Century Orgus. They just stole this.
Yeah, they did just steal stuff.
Yeah. I mean, like one of the most iconic is the God. I actually can't remember its name because I can never remember the names of things in BattleTech, right?
That's fair. That's fair. I've got an okay memory for them, but there's a lot
The really
of mechs.
iconic like humanoid one with the skull face, right?
Atlas.
Atlas, yes, that's it.
That's Atlas.
The Atlas is interesting because what it is very clear that they did is that they took a scope dog from Armored Trooper Votoms.
Okay, yeah.
They took the entire profile of Okawara's scope dog design, and they just made it much bigger, and they took away its mobility.
I've put up on screen possibly the worst single piece of BattleTech art. It's the Warhammer.
Bad.
It's so bad. It's amazing.
Is that the one that was used as a cover for one of the Mech Warrior games?
Yes.
Yes. I own that game. I own the game it's somewhere in a box somewhere in my house.
I think that thing in the top right is based on what it's equipped with, is supposed to be a multi-missile launcher. It's supposed to be a missile rack, but it's just a television. And if it wasn't for the fact that this was published in this art has to be from 1990 at the latest. This has to be 80s
1990, 1991 maybe.
Yeah,
right?
this has got to be pre-Clinton, just based on the when I've seen it. If it wasn't for the fact that I had seen this in the 90s, I would assume that this was an AI error.
Yeah.
That caused it to have this TV mounted there. I'd be like,
that's sure that's supposed to be a multi-missile and not some sort of EWAC device?
It might, maybe that's what the person drawing it was trying to do, but based on the equipment that Warhammers have. They only have they only have PPCs, which are the arm mounted, and then missile racks.
This design is based on. It's not explicitly the same. This is one of the more defamiliarized ones, like the Mad Cat, but this is based on the Destron from the Destroid, from Super Dimensional Fortress Macross, right?
Okay, yeah. And the other one I have on hand is one of my favorite pieces of BattleTech art.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Irby.
Yes.
The Irby.
Yes. Yeah. I see this design. See, I like BattleTech designs that are goofier like this, right? I think this one was designed by Sid Mead. I'm not certain on that, but I think it was actually designed by Sid Mead. And it has this sort of energy to it where it's okay, that's silly, but I can see why somebody would have made it. Right? Yeah, that's what I kind of like about it.
I actually love the Irby at a lot of levels. I love that it's this very purpose-built machine. I love that it's just again, this is my thing with mechs. I want them to be very purpose-built. Which is a bigger thing I have about any type of sci-fi equipment is I feel it should if you're going to tell me that this thing was designed by engineers, it should be it shouldn't look like it was just kind of slapped together in an art classroom.
I have a contrasting point about this genre about that once you finish your speech, right?
I do think that there's actually a very good counterpoint that is extraordinarily reasonable. But in the case of the Irby, this thing was designed to fight in a specific environment, and it's absolutely trash in all sorts of other environments, and arguably even in the environment it's designed for. Because sometimes, one of the things that's always really fun about BattleTech is sometimes stuff is just bad in canon.
Yes.
They'll just be riflemen just suck.
I genuinely think that is a good balancing thing to have in tabletop war games.
I do think it's actually good. I think it's good. I think it's good for balancing. I think it's good to just have that as an admission, and for BattleTech, I think even more so. One of my one of my hot takes about BattleTech is I genuinely think they just started with a Cold War tank game and then just made it about mechs afterwards, because the weight classes are wrong. This thing's supposed to be 35 tons.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It doesn't even have excuses most Japanese mecha anime has, where it's just they're just oh yeah, but it has a magic device that makes it much lighter than that, right?
Yeah, it's just made of magical materials that make it much lighter. But it's no, come on, man. This thing is supposed to be. Yeah. This thing is supposed to. A 35-ton tank is about the size of the car that is its foot. 35. This is not 35 tons. This is
no. Even if it was completely hollow, it's very heavy. Yeah.
Even if this thing was a majority hollow, it would be 5,000 tons. Like,
Mhm.
like that's a ludicrous weight. Admittedly, this is also just kind of a bad art that's like completely off scale. I think these things are supposed to like up to its own knees.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to be pretty small, right? Yeah.
The tall mechs in BattleTech are like an Atlas. I think is like 14 meters or something like that. And that,
Yeah,
that would
so
be like
they're
smaller
more
than
on
this.
they're more on the scale of Pat Labor,
Mhm.
of
Maybe an
of
Ava.
Full Metal Panic, of Gasaraki.
Yeah,
No, maybe an Eva, did you say?
maybe. Because
Evangelions are 80 meters tall.
that doesn't work. Hold on, I've been watching it. That doesn't feel right with the scale. That doesn't feel.
It changes. It
Okay.
explicitly changes. Anno did that on purpose.
Okay,
But they
because
have
I
a
was
canon
like,
size.
I was just like looking at the scale of them like next to people, and I was like, it can't be much more than maybe 20.
Yeah, no. They change because Anno's specific directorial point is it's supposed to be evocative, not literal. You're not supposed to care that much.
Which
right?
I'm fair with. I'm fair with that. It's in the case of BattleTech, I'm going to be way more critical about it because BattleTech players are like super nerds about like like keeping track of like heat sinks and like armor layouts and stuff. Like if you're going to do that, you have to earn it. Like
my thing with BattleTech players, right, is that they're super nerds about all this stuff, but they go, yeah, but flying makes you unrealistic. They're unrealistic and bad. And I just sit there like, okay, buddy.
okay. A technology that we mastered before, a technology we had a better handle of before we had tanks is unrealistic.
Yeah. It's really the funny thing to me about BattleTech fans and like this genre of mecha, right? The big, heavy, stompy mecha, right? Is that the players get so nerdy about like the engineering and the realism, and they want it to be so simulationist. But ultimately, it's really just aesthetic. They want it to feel big and heavy and weaponized and like a tank that's walking at you menacingly, right? That's what they want.
Which I'll admit to being one of those guys. And doing the simulation increases the verisimilitude, but a lot of generally speaking, nobody's got the chops for it.
Yeah.
People generally don't have the chops for it. Is what
I'm
happens.
very fine with this genre of mecha existing, right? I'm very fine with it. I just wish the fans were a little bit more honest about it, because the first thing out of most BattleTech fans' mouth is, God, I fucking hate anime, right? Or something like that.
I hope that I'm coming. I hope that I'm being honest about my preference.
Not at all.
I like them to be. I like them to be like I like them to be like menacing and alienating in a way that is difficult to achieve with like a lot of Gundam style. Mechs.
Now, I will say, there's a lot of Gundam mobile suits, right?
Yeah.
That are not Gundam style mechs, right?
That's true.
That's obviously the most popular aesthetic because it's the best toy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the truth. That's why it's the most popular aesthetic. But there's some whack ass fucking designs from. I'm actually open
to learning more about these, because like I usually say my favorite Gundam is the gun tank.
The gun tank, the ball, which is, as it's named, a ball with a gun on it that flies through space.
I'm gonna pull up a gun tank so that people can see what I'm talking about, because it is funny that it's called a gun tank, and it's like I would not describe this as the gun tank. Like
it's because there was the Gundam, the gun tank, and the gun cannon. Those were the three mobile suits that the Federation produced during the 1 Year War.
Oh, gotcha.
Before they produced the GM, and that won them the war. That's the most realistic thing about the Universal Century, by the way. There's like the Gundam is a propaganda piece.
Yeah.
The reason it's relevant is because Amuro Ray is an astoundingly good pilot. Like he's like the ace of aces, right? That's the reason it's relevant. But by the end of the 1 Year War, the Gundam was massively outdated.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
And the reason the Federation won the 1 Year War is because their means of production exceeded Zeon's, and also all of Zeon's leadership was like fighting with each other and trying to kill each other.
So I have only really watched Wing. I should watch more Gundam. I'm very slow at watching TV shows is the problem. Like I'm very slow.
I understand that. Watch my genuine suggestion for 1 Year War Gundam. Just watch the movies.
Okay.
It's like it'll be like 6 hours of your time total.
That's not too bad. And hello, Bob, the Mighty Pill Bug. Hello. Kara just got into the rabbit hole. And
We were actually talking about you, Kara.
Yeah, that's why we brought this up.
Al was telling me about this because, as Al introduced to me, I'm Mikks. Hi. I know literally everything about mecha anime.
It's actually like alarming how much you know. It's actually kind of crazy. It's actually pretty nuts.
I don't know as much about Gunpla. Like, I know quite a bit because I have friends who are very, very into Gunpla and model kit building, but I don't have the manual dexterity for it, so I don't have like the first-hand experience. But what I really like seeing is people just like learning about this stuff. What I think is cool about the mecha genre is that it is such an expressive genre that because like I actually totally agree with your. I love the Windmill Gundam.
I love the Nether.
That's
kind of my thing. Is like the
gun
Gun Tank is my favorite non-G Gundam because the G Gundam ones are so funny.
G Gundam's designs are really underrated. Also, they're actually like really, really, really good.
Alexandra Luna, this is the Nether Gundam from G Gundam.
Yeah.
Can you guess why it's called the Nether Gundam?
It's because
so funny.
Yeah, it's because it's from Neo Netherlands.
From Neo Netherlands, yeah.
It's the Neo Dutch Gundam fighter that competes in the giant robot wrestling tournament that they use to determine who rules the world every 4 years. That's not actually what the show is about, but it's the setting of the show, which is amazing. This show is actually really, really good, right? It's silly as shit, like all of the director's shit, right? All of the director's work is silly as shit, all of it. Like, Giant Robo is silly as shit. G Gundam is silly as shit. Shin Impact is silly as shit, right? Like, all of his shows are silly as shit. He loves, like, kung fu and magic power sources that don't make any sense and old men fighting over the future of the world, right? Yeah. That's, like, his thing. That's his directorial flourish. All of his shows have this, right? Oh, and, Get a Robot Armageddon is silly as shit, but he only got to direct the first 4 episodes of that show, so...
Alexander Little, we didn't finish telling you exactly. So, why is it shaped like a windmill? Not just because it's the Netherlands, but because it's the tactic is that Neo Netherlands is covered in windmills and it disguises itself as a windmill to ambush people. It's so silly.
It's the silliest shit, right?
It's the silliest shit.
If you're not familiar with G Gundam, the Neo Netherlands is not the Netherlands. It's a space colony that's the most Flanderized version of the Netherlands possible, because it's actually a commentary on nationalism. Like, the show is actually people call this show really racist because of things like the Tequila Gundam and the Nether Gundam, right? But the truth is, the whole point of these space colonies are that they are a hyper national pride oriented version of the original country, because the world is shattered by war, and everybody's clinging on to the past.
Well, and this is like a challenging thing about how you would represent this kind of cartoonish nationalism into the future, because like this is very, very 2025 of me. I don't feel like there's any problem with the Nether Gundam, but the Mariachi Gundam does kind of make me uncomfortable.
Tequila Gundam.
Yeah, Tequila Gundam. Well, I mean, it's just like a mariachi guy, so I was thinking that way.
Just like a mariachi. I will tell you, all my Mexican friends think Tequila Gundam is fucking awesome.
Well, I mean, it's what I was just going to say was like, there's, for one thing, like that is a bit of an issue, right? Is that like what a white person thinks is offensive to their sensibilities in general, because that's what actually is being legislated here, right? It's not like, does this actually offend a Mexican person? That's ammunition for, is this offensive to a white liberal sensibility? And so like that's, and the thing is like that does change a bit over time, and doing a nuanced and complicated portrayal, satire specifically, about racism is kind of a fucking minefield.
It really is.
And because of the fact that like norms around this are going to change over time, I don't think you're ever going to have a piece that's timeless about it. And so, again, to me, 2025 era white liberal dude, the Tequila Gundam does kind of make me uncomfortable. I get what they're doing with it. I don't know if they handled it perfectly. Like, I'm not going to pillory them because they made this 40 fucking years ago. And the but like, you know, again, this is like a difficult thing to kind of navigate because, for example, you know, one of my favorite movies, it comes up all the goddamn time, Sorry to Bother You.
Yeah.
Sorry to Bother You makes a lot of people deeply, deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah.
As it should, because Boots Riley is being extremely confrontational about racism in America. He is being very aggressive and confrontational because he's Boots Riley, one of the most confrontational men on the planet. And a man who does not accept excuses around racism and classism. He will not accept your excuses. It's
a very good movie. If you haven't watched it, you should watch it.
We've done it on movie, and I might do it again. I might just do it again. It's great.
Makes sense.
But it's you know, it's a movie.
It's important to note. Yeah. It's important to note that with G Gundam particularly, right?
Mm-hmm.
The show is Japanese.
Yeah.
The villains are the government of Neo Japan.
Yeah.
Those are the bad guys who are using a Chinese man as their proxy.
Yep. Yep.
To misdirect everybody to hating China instead. This is a Japanese creator making a particularly potent criticism of Japanese politics for a lot of the show and of Japanese social structures and stuff. The protagonist has to learn to be like basically non-purpose driven human. That's like his problem, right? He's too dedicated to like his mission and has to learn not to be like that, right? In a weird way, right?
Yeah.
No, I would personally say that the most racist thing from G Gundam is actually John Bull Gundam, which is the Gundam. Yeah, the British one.
Okay. Let me look this one up.
Yeah.
John Bull Gundam. These designs, man. These fucking designs.
It's also notable that the character who pilots this thing is like the most irredeemable character in the entire show. He's just a fucking colonialist monster who just wants to kill people.
Classic British moment there.
Very classic British moment, right?
And and yeah, like I said, like it's also partially like part of the reason why I brought Sorry to Bother You is that Sorry to Bother You has a scene where a bunch of white people are chanting the N-word. Yeah. And this scene is actually amazing in the context that it's shot in and portrayed in because it's a very good joke about how these rich white people view black people.
Yes.
That like they are just waiting for the opportunity to figure out a way that they can just start saying the N-word.
Yes.
Over and over again. They are looking for. They are willing to craft such elaborate fantasies to get an N-word pass. And that said, if you were one of the actors who was doing that, you now have on your acting reel a clip that somebody can grab 2 seconds of and make it look like you just said the N-word for no apparent reason.
It reminds me. Yeah, it reminds me a bit of the shit that DiCaprio got for accurately portraying a slaver in Django Unchained.
He portrayed a slaver as incredibly genteel because our notions of genteelness were designed of, by, and for those slavers.
Like, and then he said the N-word like 20 times in a row.
No, this is
and the truth. Roy Wood Jr. had a really good bit about this, where he uses DiCaprio as like the perfect example of like a white ally because he's playing a racist ass white man in a very black movie, right?
I think DiCaprio sometimes gets shit for stuff that I don't think is reasonable. I
think DiCaprio gets shit for being a good actor. Basically, he's too convincing. Too convincing, so it scares people a little bit. I think,
and it turns out that people are actually not that good at separating actors from the roles that they're playing. It turns out that they're not that good at that. That they, which winds up being fairly frequently funny. The guy who played Emperor Palpatine just having a delightful time on set.
It's usually I can't. It's like, oh, what's his name? Raul Julia, right? His final role was M. Bison in the Street Fighter movie, which is terrible, except for Raul Julia.
Oh my god, he's so good. Raul Julia was
so good in that movie, and he's having so much fun, and he made it entirely so his kids could watch it, watch a performance of his, because he knew he was dying, right?
Yeah, which is
that's a fun champion role. King stuff here.
I I adore it. I adore it. And you cannot cheer in your own channel. I literally clicked on the wrong thing, and I learned something about learning here. Yeah, for me it was Tuesday. And it's but yeah. No, I this is something I can get into, right? I can get into the G Gundams because like G Gundam is accomplishing such silly things, and part of this, of course, is also like, again, I like these things to kind of accomplish roles that I can make sense of.
Yeah,
and
this is national fighting tournament, you know, for pride, right? It's supposed to be like flashy and noble duels.
What if we made 80s style professional wrestlers but devoted an entire factory to the concept? Like what if we used military industrial level resources to do luchador? Like,
it's most likely specifically based on Street Fighter and Street Fighter's international cast being a big focus of the game, right?
Yeah. And
so I like that a lot too.
I can be sold on that.
Yeah.
But
it's why I'm a big fan of like mecha that is for like hunting monsters or something like that. Right? That's a thing that I'm a big fan of. It's really rare. It's only like Dunbine that exists that does this, really.
Well, the one I was thinking of that does that is Knights of Sidonia.
Knights of Sidonia is pretty good. I love Satomu Nihai. He does a pretty good job with that. I'm a big fan of I mean, there's also stuff like Muv-Luv, right? Which has, and Muv-Luv's I cannot remember how to pronounce it right now, right? But Muv-Luv alternative is fucked up and evil. It's diabolical. I'm not even gonna like get into the specific details, but alien invasion, horrible flesh monsters. The mechs are basically land-bound jet fighters. That's the idea. And a lot of them look like land-bound jet fighters. They're very, very fast. They mostly exist to shoot guns and hit things with swords if they have to get into close combat, right? It's very violent, right? So that's which gun tech is that? That's the
Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts gun tank.
I'm noticing that the later, so the later gun tank designs I like even more. But what part of why I'm putting them on here is just because it amuses me that the arms on this, those are just in Armored Core.
Yes,
I think specifically in Armored Core 2,
yes.
And these ones are just in Armored Core 1. And I
believe that this gun tank was designed by one of the designers who worked on Armored Core, right?
Yeah.
I think, right?
Those are just the good bazooka arms from Armored Core 1. Like those are just in there.
No, it's actually a pretty common weapon option in Gundam to have a shield that is a missile launcher or some sort of arm-mounted rocket pod. Right?
The shielded missile launchers is like, those are kind of interesting, right? Because those are inspired by how MRLs often work in real life, right? Like I can see, because again, like MRLS, multiple rocket launching systems. The original one is the Katyusha from World War II, but later ones, one of the early easy innovations of making multiple rocket launching systems was to build a cover around the rocket system. And this is a cheap and easy way of doing things to keep dust and dirt from getting into the rocket system, which rockets are sensitive pieces of equipment that are made of explosions.
Yes.
And so you don't want them getting dirty. Like it's like really worth keeping them clean. The Soviets didn't because the Katyusha is a very improvised weapon. But if you have the option to, it's actually just not that expensive to build a little shed around it with a little door that you just pull the door off when you're getting ready to launch. And so that's kind of the inspiration for that, right? Is that sensibility.
I have a question for you about the mecha genre then, right?
Okay, yeah.
Control mechanisms, control schemes, right? How the thing is controlled. Does that play into, for you, how a mech is designed? Like, obviously it probably does at some level. It does. But like,
I don't think about it as much because it's not the exterior, right? It's the interior. I do think about it a bit because sometimes I think they're very cool. There's the famous Macross GIF where there's just like a million different controls, and people have used that for some very funny image edits. That one's like really burned into my brain.
Yeah. The funny thing is, in that scene, I believe the protagonist is trying to figure out what the fuck the buttons do. That
rules. That makes it so much better. That makes it so much better.
Yeah.
And I do like the way that the control scheme for Ava's
Evangelions,
reinforces that these are not.
They're being guided.
They're being guided, but they're also not purely mechanical weapons. They're also spiritual weapons.
Yes.
Right. These are explicitly spiritual weapons, and I like that. It reinforces the themes. It builds on itself. I think the Pacific Rim control scheme is just silly, and it really took me out of the movie.
So I was going to bring this up, right?
Yeah.
So 2 things about the Pacific Rim thing. One, G Gundam does the same thing, except there's only one pilot.
Okay.
The characters wear skin type extremely painful to like don nanomachine suits in order to mocap their robots. Right? It's based on Tosho Daimos. Which is the first mecha that has ever existed, as far as I know, that has been about a martial artist whose robot is just an extension of his body, basically, right? Right. Wow. It's one of the big superhero-y, super robot shows. It's part of the Romantic trilogy. Yeah. But G Gundam does this because all the characters are superhuman martial artists, basically, right? That's the vibe of the show, and they want it to be as different from all the Gundam shows that predated it as possible, because it was the first Gundam show not to be set in the same continuity as the original Gundam. Right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
G Gundam predates Wing. G Gundam predates Wing and Seed and all of the alternate universes.
So the reason why that surprised me is that I didn't realize that was non-standard.
No,
I thought that was just that you just could not assume continuity in a unified continuity. Isle of Calm, thank you for the follow.
So with Gundam, there's some of the settings have more content than others, right? The big one is the Universal Century, which has probably 40 some things in it, unique stories in it, right? But the big one is you've got Mobile Suit Gundam, you've got Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, you've got Mobile Suit ZZ Gundam, then you've got Charge Counterattack. And that effectively ends the Universal Century.
Okay.
Except for all of the spin-offs and much later in the Universal Century, like F91 and Victory Gundam, which are 100 years later. And then Reconquista NG, which is millennia later. So long that nobody even remembers that it's the same setting, basically, right? Very interesting thing that Tomino did with that, right? And then you have the new Gundam show, which is a alternate version of the one of the Universal Century to really confuse people.
Mikks has been watching GQX and has been ranting about it to me.
It's really good.
I am so far behind. I haven't even finished. I've only watched 10 minutes of Gasaraki. Which I know I'm going to. I can feel that I'm going to like it. I will say I don't really care too much about the. I never really liked the insistence on trying to fit things into multiverse theories. Sometimes it's just a different story that uses the same things. I don't think there's a real relationship between Deltarune and Undertale.
That's typically what Gundam does, except in certain ways. For example, there's a multiverse theory going on with specifically Tournai Gundam.
Okay.
Where it's this might be after several apocalypses has wiped out all the other universes. Or maybe not, it's not that important, right? It has nothing to do with the understanding of the show, unless you're playing a Super Robot Wars game, in which case they use this as the connective glue for all the Gundam series.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and it's not I don't have an opposition to multiverse theories in general. It's just
No, I know what you mean, and I actually agree with you. I think it's a little tacky.
Yeah, if it's set up to multiverse series, cool. But if there's no reason to believe that, then I don't feel the need to ham-fist it in from a fanon standpoint. I don't think it's the best form of analysis. I
feel that.
Right? My stance on Zeldas is it's just a story. It's a story being retold. It's a story being retold by different people.
It's a very common thing in a lot of Japanese media, actually. Right?
Well, it's
Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, Ultraman, right? Ultraman is actually a strict continuity.
I think it's actually pretty rare outside of a certain type of nerd culture to try to do that, because people don't assume that like every piece of fan fiction for, or like there's a million and one retellings of the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Mhm.
Like Ulysses is a retelling of the Odyssey. People are just like, oh, it's a reference. Like, or like,
It's an illusion.
Rage of Achilles is a retelling of the Iliad. And it's an explicit one. It's got Achilles and everything. It's literally the Rage of Achilles. People are not like, oh, this is like in the multiverse, the Homerian multiverse. It's like, nah, it's just a different story.
I think this kind of kicks in mostly with media from after about 1975.
I do think it does seem to be a bit of a like from comics.
I believe it was popularized by Crisis on Infinite Earths.
I think so too. That's what I was going to go for as well. That's what I think so too. I think so too.
I think it's popular. Yeah, it's popular in modern terms because of the influence of Crisis on Infinite Earths. Even though most of the people who really, really like this sort of thing have never read that comic, right?
I have been told repeatedly that Crisis on Infinite Earths is awful to read. So I haven't read it either.
It is difficult to read. Yeah. I don't really think it's super necessary to read either. Like, it's a very good story, but to be completely honest with you, I think that it's more important for what it accomplished in terms of like the metaphysics of superhero comics than what it and the status quo of superhero comics than what it established for what it is like a story in and of itself, right? It has some really strong points. Pariah is a very interesting character. The whole story with the Superman of the Silver Age, basically being a separate character who's grown up and now has to face the extinction of everything he loved, right?
We have been hit by ads.
Right? We've been hit by ads.
I'm going to throw us to the fan art gallery for a minute so I can use the bathroom because it's important if you're an old man to do that. So I will get up, stretch, use the bathroom, and we'll be back in a minute or two. All right, we'll be back. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back.
Hi,
Yeah,
Chad.
yeah, Mikks kept the conversation going a little bit. So there's, the thing, one of those things that's kind of interesting about the way you bring up the capes thing, the cape comics, because the one kind of superhero, oh, thank you for the sock. The one kind of superhero comic that I've read like any meaningful amount of in its like even remotely original form is Judge Dredd. And Judge Dredd does actually have that rule. Judge Dredd is actually like anything that happens in any Judge Dredd comic is fully canon. If it gets published under the 1000 AD name, it is equally canon with everything else. So in principle, this should mean that it's a completely sprawling, inaccessible knot. And in practice, it means that it just kind of comes across that Judge Dredd has really bad amnesia. Like not the comic, like the guy. It just kind of feels like the guy like doesn't remember shit.
I think that potentially could even be. I think there's been stories in Judge Dredd about that actually.
Well,
I think some writers have commented on that with their writing.
Yeah, and it doesn't even like hurt what Judge Dredd is about because
not at all. Yeah,
like Judge Dredd is about a lot of things, but one of the things about Judge Dredd as a character is that he is monomaniacally obsessed with executing his duty.
Yes.
And if executing his duty means that he just flat out does not pay attention to his own history, that's actually even on brand, right?
Which is a very, very British comics thing as well, right?
Very British comics.
A lot of the British comic book writers have done stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
More in particular.
Yeah, and it's also a way that British critics of America talk about America, which is a lot of what Judge Dredd is, and it's also a pretty fair criticism of the way that power is in fact exercised. Right? This is if you're from academia in particular. So, folks, this is like if you're wondering like one of those things that people who do like graduate level history, sociology stuff are obsessed with that is just like really weird and like not something that I think anybody here gives a shit about. People in the history and political science and sociology disciplines treat it as an absolute headshot to point out that like politicians are acting in a way that's hypocritical with the history of their own country. Like you'll sometimes see this on like the news and stuff, and if you're like a little bit like the founding fathers would never do this kind of discourse that I think very few of us in practice actually really are that impressed with as an argument.
Yeah.
Historians are particularly like boom headshot when this one comes up. And the one I particularly remember was like analyses of Philippine history, like Philippine American relations. And so, it's actually really simple. It's actually a really simple summary. The Philippines is one of the U.S.'s few explicit, open, naked colonial possessions it's ever held.
Yes.
The U.S. does not actually have a history of doing like that kind of like open, naked colonial possession thing. It's one of the few ones
we do more of the we're so good and great and cool, you should be like us sort of thing.
Well, and it's there's things that we just like fully incorporate like as states, like Hawaii. Right, it's just like things we just fully incorporate as states, and then there's like doing lots of weird, oblique interferences in your country's elections and economic system.
And then there's Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and then there's like Puerto Rico and Cuba and the Philippines, which were just like and Guam, Virgin Islands, which like
American Samoa as well, right?
Maybe 10 total. It's not like that long of a list when you compare it to like France or Portugal.
Yeah.
Or especially, it's a relatively small list. But the Philippines was one of them, and the U.S. was not nice in the Philippines. It was a huge point of political discussion when it happened. That everybody in 1904, 1905 was like, okay, the U.S. no longer gets to claim that they're better than anybody else. It was like a frequent political cartoon from like 1905 that I encountered. Anyway, so I was reading some history about this, and one of the parts about this is that the Philippines is one of the U.S.'s closest allies.
Yeah.
Like as a governing institution, the Philippines loves the United States, and Philippine culture tends to be pretty enthusiastic about the U.S. The Philippines, when you see public polling, the Philippine people tend to view the U.S. quite positively.
Yeah.
And this historian was treating this like it was like boom headshot. Because these people forgot their history. The politicians have forgotten their history. We need to remember the history and like not be allied with the United States because of how they behaved 100 years ago. And it's really interesting because like I look at it and I'm like, if I were a Philippine government official, would I find this a compelling argument? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so, because they'd probably be like, yeah, but look at all the shit we get from the U.S. now.
Yeah, look at all the shit we get from the U.S. now. Look at the
how
U.S.
it's worked out for us.
Yeah,
right?
the U.S. gave us independence in 1945, and it's like would we be better off with less U.S. involvement? Probably not. Like it's a treaty that very much is for the U.S.'s benefit, but this is the way that American political international power often works, is like they're given the best deal that you're likely to get is the one that the U.S. offers you. And is it advantageous to the U.S.? Yes. Is it unfair? Probably. Is it better than the alternative? Generally, yes as well.
Almost
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
Unfortunately, generally, yeah. And that's just so it's interesting. And again, like in the case of Judge Dredd, like, is it a problem for Dredd himself? That is a problem for Dredd himself that Dredd is doesn't remember his own history. And probably not, because he's not supposed to be like the smart analytical guy.
He's a cop, of course.
He's a cop. He's a fucking cop. He's just another stupid policeman. Like
the main thing that's interesting about Dredd is that he is actually committed to both the concept of law and the spirit of law. That's the main thing that makes him the protagonist of the story instead of the antagonist, right? Because you meet other judges, and most of them in Dredd are both worse at their jobs, less effective, and far more compromising.
More compromising. Yeah. Most of the other judges are terrifyingly worse people.
Yes. No, we're not even getting into like Judge Death and the actual villain.
Yeah, Judge Death is so funny.
Judge Death is extremely funny.
Judge Death is such a funny character. Judge Death, Judge Death is actually like a really good illustration of kind of what I was talking about. Is like you can kind of hop into almost any Judge Dredd comic, and like unless it's part of a like 3-part arc, you'll be fine. Even if it's just like Judge Death is like shows up in the first panel, like you can just roll with Judge Death being there. Like you can do that. Like I didn't roll with the introduction of Judge Death. Like I ran with some like random comic where he's like manipulating Anderson and stuff like that, and it's just like like it's just like, okay, there's this guy's Judge Death.
Yes, this guy's Judge Death. He is an immortal lich.
He's an immortal universe hopping lich that is trying to convince people through soft power to all commit suicide simultaneously.
Yes.
What a weird dude.
Yeah. No, see, Judge Dredd in many ways, and a lot of 2000 AD's comics, right? Are more in the style of a kind of comic that was killed by the Cape Book in America, right? Superman, Batman, the Silver Age, that sort of stuff. And Archie also murdered this kind of comic in its, well, not really its crib, because it was running. Right?
Yeah, no, this has been a type of thing they've been doing.
But it was gunned down in the street. It was comics that starred the likes of like Dick Tracy,
right?
Yeah. Will Eisner's The Spirit.
The more noir tradition.
The noir tradition, but also the episodic, two-fisted radio adventure style.
Oh, right? and it's very pulp. Very pulp. And not just in the sense of tone, because often we use pulp to just refer to the tone, but pulp in the sense of like structure.
And also printing quality often.
Yeah,
but,
also printing quality. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And the funny thing is, for a little while, DC Comics was actually trying to bring this back in like the 60s and 70s, right? With a bunch of very adventure-focused comics. Later on, they tried again and had a little bit more success too, but unfortunately, it was a little too niche, with stories like Amethyst, right? Princess of Gemworld, right? That was an extremely popular comic among especially young women of its day. And what Amethyst, Princess of Gemworld is a political thriller about a princess who was hidden away on Earth and then brought back to her home world in order to participate in the rites of secession. It's a very intensely political comic that also happens to be about a superhero-looking girl who wears all pink and has a magic sword made out of gems, right?
Yeah.
It very much resembles the Chronicles of Amber, actually, in a lot of ways, right? And it's one thing that's extremely interesting about the way Amethyst, Princess of Gemworld goes in its original run is that the big, dramatic, universe-shattering twist of the book is that a C-list supervillain from the DC universe is the big bad. Eclipso is the big bad, and nobody knows how to deal with him. He shows up after being banished into another dimension by Dr. Fate in some comic like 2 years earlier. And nobody can deal with the fact that Eclipso just can control people's minds, right?
Yeah.
It can just possess people. Because you've got this, like, noblesse oblige sort of fantasy dual world between people with, like, light magical powers. And then now you've got, like, a fucking magical supervillain with mind control powers. And what's particularly interesting about it is that they chose Eclipso specifically because he fits the theme. Eclipso's powers come from a gem.
Oh, okay, that's cute. That's cute. I like that.
So it's and since the interesting thing is that's the comic that put Eclipso on the map as like a major supervillain.
That rules.
He was kind of a joke before this comic, and then he's introduced in this comic as this like, well, here's what happens when you put Doctor Doom into, you know, like Lord of the Rings or something, right?
Sorry,
so
just like that's you just kind of remind me of the simplest. I didn't realize when I first. Have you read The First Law by Joe Abercrombie?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. My favorite pitch of The First Law. The First Law, folks, for the viewers at home, The First Law is a trilogy that is actually kind of 9 books long because because
fantasy novels.
Because fantasy novels. The strictly speaking, The First Law is the first 3 books. There's a second trilogy called The Age of Madness, and there's a bunch of other books that are just kind of in the same universe. And The First Law as a trilogy is it's this fantasy universe where magic is difficult to control and very, very powerful. And the story mostly follows a series of perspective characters who are frankly kind of grungy and shitty.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, in fact.
It's kind of the point. The kind of the point is that this is kind of like the guy who makes it literally uses the Twitter handle Lord Grimdark.
Yeah.
Joe Abercrombie actually has a phenomenal sense of humor. One of my favorite tweets by him, one of my favorite things is a tweet by him where he says, why are the people talking about like being proud that people who hate their novels don't read them? That's literally half your audience. That's money on the table. Like,
he's
on.
Very funny, right?
He's very funny.
A lot of people who wwrite very dark fantasy tend to have phenomenal senses of humor. Actually, right? Fantasy specifically, it's very interesting. Horror too, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, but anyway, it's this. So the core of it is that a bunch of people from disparate places in the world all kind of have to assemble at a central location to then go off and find a magical artifact and bring it back to the big bad wizard tower. So it's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And the it's basically Lord of the Rings, but if Gandalf was evil.
Yeah.
Because good lord, is he a bastard?
It's kind of like it's got this sort of energy to it. Where it's kind of like the same sort of thing that, to tie this to comic books, since we were just talking about that, same sort of thing that, well, actually, I'll use a good example here, right? John Cena described Peacemaker's character for the movies, right? The movies and the show that he was in, right?
Right.
As, what if Captain America was a complete dick?
Yeah.
Right? It's got that energy, right?
Yeah.
The First Law has got that energy, right?
Oh, and it's the First Law particularly has. I guess this kind of gets to like a more interesting point. Is a very, to me, it reads as a very Bush era.
It does. You're kind of right.
And it's interesting.
It's very much Bush era too,
because it's that sort of like hyper cynicism.
Yeah.
Right.
It's it's the getting really sick of the Bush era. Bush.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
It's like 2006, 2007 Bush era.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It is interesting to me that like I can identify a lot of art that I'm like, oh, this is so Bush era. Like
Yeah.
Helldivers. Helldivers is like the most Bush era art that's like ever existed.
Mm-hmm.
But like the sort of cynicism of the early mid 2000s, which I definitely do associate with not just like it happening to be the case that Bush was president, but also like how people talked and felt about Bush being president.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like anybody who has power is evil and blood-sucking, and the most honorable
Mm-hmm.
people on the planet are just kind of like lost in the wilderness and confused and just like trying to have an okay life. Like
Yeah.
good people never have ambitions higher than like getting married and having kids, and all of the
Yeah.
people who have any ambition and ability to change the world are all evil, cynical bastards.
Yeah. That's one of the things that kind of like sets my teeth on edge a little bit about the series, right? I think it's quite good. I think it's very well written. But
Yeah.
I've always found the sort of I have a lot of trouble with specifically any degree of propaganda around simplicity.
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
I know
even
you really
even if
do,
it's
yeah.
just like even if it's like reasonable cynicism, or it's kind of like making a commentary on the incentives of society or something.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think really that what Abercrombie is doing here is trying to say the world would be so much simpler, better if everybody just lived on farms, right?
No, I don't think that's true.
No, what he's trying to say is you can't trust people with power.
Yes.
That's what he's trying to say.
Oh, extremely.
Right?
Yeah, extremely. You cannot trust people with power, and
he very clearly makes a bit of a defense of like the wandering good man as well.
Yeah.
And that's a really important distinction between this and just stock anti-intellectual narratives, right?
Yeah. And I do think that one of the things that's really kind of interesting in it is that like pretty much everybody in it has moments where they behave honorably and just and good, except for Balls, because he's just a huge bastard. But like even like the Bloody Nine, a serial killer unrepentant who is a nightmare and like is like literally the boogeyman. Like he's actually like frequently honorable.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a gag in it where like one of the first things he does in it is he saves a person's life. And it turns out the person he saves is actually like a really horrible person. Like it was like one of the few cases where like he should have just murdered a random dude.
Yeah.
And he passes up the opportunity to just kill a dude. And it turns out the guy's like awful.
Cosmic irony, sort of.
Yeah, a cosmic irony thing. And like it's really like even like the most buffoonish characters, even like characters who are just like openly own that the one of the most honorable and interesting and intellectual characters in it is a torturer.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's
Which
like
isn't even historically inaccurate.
Yeah.
Actually. Right?
Oh yeah, no. This is one of those things that people it's a you know, it's one of those things I always like to emphasize. Like there's no like real correlation between like intelligence and morality. Right.
Being
like,
awful and being educated. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Nazis were hyper-populated with the most well-educated Germans. You know, one of the most well-educated and well-heeled countries on the planet produced.
It's pretty easy, I always say, right? To be well-mannered and kind and polite when you know you have all the power.
Yeah, that's true. And
when you know that any kindness you do is at your behest and not anything that can ever actually hurt you, because well, you have all the power. Right?
Yeah.
I think one of the most dangerous things that people have been convinced of in this modern era is that people who have all the power are being deeply wounded and wronged by their kindness being rejected.
Oh yeah, no, it's no.
I think that's a very dangerous thing that we're experiencing right now.
It's very silly. It's a very silly narrative. Yeah. Well, yeah. In the case of Abercrombie, right, he's just kind of is making a sort of like evil, crappy universe where, everybody has both like good and bad impulses. Like pretty much every person. There's a handful of people who are just like straight up, just like, what the hell, man. But for the most part, even like the really awful people have like these good impulses and these desires to behave honorably and just and kind. And then one, they don't tend to be rewarded for it. It doesn't tend to work out super well for them. And two, they also just kind of give into their baser impulses more frequently than they give into their higher impulses. Like, it's a darkness that's not driven by, like, everything being 100% awful. It's a darkness being driven by everything being 3/4 awful. You know, and it's like unevenly distributed. That's what I actually really like that about it. But it's it's a very much a like I said, a very much a it feels very Bush era, right? And it feels very much because Commodore's bringing up this question of like, oh, like that boomers thing. I don't think it was really the boomers trauma that was driving this. I think it was the 9/11 trauma. You know, it was and no. if you were an adult at the time, Bush versus Gore is like a traumatic moment for a lot of people, and I actually think it should be discussed more.
I was furious. I went to protests.
I mean, I think it's worth being furious about again and forever. I think
Let's see.
That was 2000.
2000.
Yeah.
Okay. I was. Yes, I could vote.
Yeah.
Yes, I was 20.
Yeah. Bush versus Gore for the young folks. Here. During the 2000 election, there was the presidential candidates were Al Gore and George W. Bush, and George W. Bush, as we all know, won. And the reason why he won is that the Supreme Court literally just went into the election and just said we're just going to call Florida for Bush, regardless of what the ballots say.
Yeah.
Like people have tried to bring up things about like, oh, like there's like this like electoral, there's like these like weird inconsistencies or
they did an electoralism and they said, fuck you, we're voting for Bush because we don't want Gore.
Yeah, it was just literally that. It was just they just literally said we're just the idea that I would be Al Gore would be really funny. The real reason why he wants to export in Golgo 13. Thank you, Gia. Thank you, Gia. But yeah, it's a traumatic moment for a lot of people. I think that it's a traumatic moment for a lot of people to
Golgo 13.
Golgo 13, I've only encountered it in like one-off panels, and it's always so funny. People only ever show me the funniest stuff. It's
totally insane, yeah. But
it's so goofy.
I mean, I always say, right, that the real generational defining moment between the generation that was coming of age in the early 2000s and the generation that was coming of age in the late 2000s, right? Like, people try to point it to, like, where smartphones come and where iPads come and this, that. I just say, it's fucking whether you were old enough to understand 9/11.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I do this to
and its consequences, right?
I do this to the VTubers all the time. I was doing this to this is again part of, like, me making fun of Kara, was being like, yeah, I remember being able to walk up to the gates for a flight without a ticket. Like, if you wanted to pick somebody up at the airport, you could walk up to the ramp.
They just let you walk up. Yeah, I remember this. I remember having to do this a number of times, and I remember when it changed.
Yeah,
I remember what the TSA was like.
Yeah,
for the first couple years there.
Remember how it was a temporary measure that was supposed to disappear in 6 months?
Yeah.
Remember I was supposed to go back to normal?
I do.
Yeah, no, this is it.
Yeah.
And like I said to Kara, this is what they took from you. This is the birthright that you've been robbed of. These are the riches that your fathers had that you will never have.
Yeah. I remember getting stopped, like, for pat downs every single goddamn time I flew out of the country. And I was just like, not only am I the whitest man on the planet, right? Like, not that proves anything, but it's, like, not the profile that they're typically looking for, right?
Yeah.
I'm a government agent at the time, flying for the government, and they will still, like, I will show them my government issued identification from the fucking NSA, and they will still say, spread your legs, please, right? Every fucking time, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's the absolute goofball moment.
The TSA stuff is, at least it's like they've finally gotten it down to like a science now. It's not nearly as horrible to fly out of most airports.
Mine have been worse lately. Last 2 years, my last 10 flights in a row have been some of the worst. But anyway, I just feel like random. I just feel like going all the way back on Mech, because there was a thing that I want to bring up that I totally forgot about, and now I remember.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I'm the one with horrible ADHD here. Yeah. But I think it was like, this question of like the more human-shaped mechs that are less purpose-built.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a reasonable point, Commodore. The there's an advantage to those, which is that means that they can swap out their weapons very quickly.
Yes.
And
that
like
you can design weapons for them in the same way you design them for a human being.
Yeah, you can, and it's particularly, I think, telling in the case of, Evangelion, where the actual weapons don't really matter. The weapons are all just focal points for the Ava's ability to disrupt AT fields.
Yes, with
That's
the
what
exception of the Spear of Longinus. And
especially the Spear of Longinus and the huge sniper rifle that takes all of Japan's power.
Yeah, there's also there's another one, which is the I think I don't remember whether this was actually in the anime, but it's part of Eva 01's loadout. It's that Eva 01 has a fucking katana.
I don't remember that showing
it's
up in
the Magatsuna sword or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Which is like it has some weird fucking lore around how it's made out of like parts of an angel that were harvested.
Okay, yeah, that'll change things
So it pierces AT fields, right?
Yeah. A lot of times they're using just like a knife.
Yeah, the progressive
just big
knife.
knife. Yeah, just big knife.
Yeah.
And it's an output, and it's part of like I remember somebody saying that this is like a bit of a difference between how weapons operate in Western versus Japanese media, where weapons are much more individuated in Japanese media. It's much more like this weapon.
It's a martial arts thing.
Yeah, and
martial tradition specifically.
Yeah. Whereas in the U.S., it's our martial tradition is driven very heavily by our military-industrial complex, where you use a tool and you're an operator who is familiar with tools, and they are any tool that you can work with is your tool, right? It's not.
And there is a school of thought that you see sometimes represented in Japanese media, right? Like Japanese action media specifically, which is what I call the Miyamoto Musashi school of things, which is I'm holding it, so it's a weapon.
Yeah. That's right. I do want to be clear. I don't want to be like too essentializing about it. It's a hypothesis.
No, but
I'm not sure how serious to take it. It is something.
It's a difference between the concept of martial traditions here, because the U.S. doesn't have a true martial tradition, right? We don't really have original martial traditions. We have guns.
Yeah.
Right? We have... The closest thing that we have to a martial tradition is cowboy skeet shooting.
Well,
gunslinging.
As a matter of terminology and semantics, it's worth saying, like, we do use the concept of the martial tradition, we do talk about it, but usually what we're referring to is something much more specific and narrow, which is that there's a fairly limited number of families that are the main recruiting grounds for our officer corps.
Yeah.
We're referring to like this, which is like very specific. And it's not like you can't go to a dojo and learn that. Like when we talk about the martial tradition in the United States, we're talking about that, like,
that's fair.
Like the relatives of Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee's like 5 of his family members were also fighting in the Civil War, largely on the side of the Union, and like his descendants and like relatives are still in the U.S. military very frequently. Like it's that kind of thing where and that's like, that is a tradition and that is martial, and like, but it does mean like the martial tradition of the United States is like it's uniforms and parade marches and ways of flipping around your gun in a way that has nothing to do with hurting a person but looks impressive to a certain type of person who likes doing drills, and color guard and all this kind of crap, and the army marching band. It's very different than it is. Like, I'm just saying this kind of like for the semantic point. It's not competitive with. It's just like the way the word is used.
It's a good clarification, right? Because what I'm referring to as martial tradition is not like
you're referring to different
martial arts. I'm actually referring to specifically the illusion of martial tradition painted by the Hagakure.
Yes.
That is specifically what I am talking about in terms of how it influences the perception of weaponry in media, especially fantasy media. Because the way the Hagakure portrays fighting styles and martial traditions as a deeply spiritual, individualistic thing is really, really convenient for writing a narrative about guys who fight a lot.
Yes.
Right? Especially if you want that to be something noble and heroic and not gritty and dark and horrible. Because
Mhm.
I'm sure you know as well as I do, as well as most people do, that when Japan does war is hell, they go really hard on
Yeah.
that concept.
Yeah, it's yeah. In the contrast with the U.S., right? The U.S. way that we do it is really kind of interesting, because the U.S. is very much a society that glorifies violence and warfare. I don't think that that's like at all contested. But like part of that glorification includes like this undercurrent, like you're making sacrifices, that
Yes.
you're doing something hard and gritty and
This is
dirty.
the struggle. This
Yeah.
is the suffering that you must undergo to be great, to be a true man, to uphold what matters.
Yeah. And it's
Right?
it's an interesting thing because to once again drop one of my favorite books to drop on channel, J.E. Landon's Soldiers and Ghosts. There is no universal notion of a soldier or a warrior. This is fake. The different societies have different concepts of it, and Soldiers and Ghosts is about ancient Greek and ancient Roman, and just between ancient Athens and ancient Sparta and ancient Rome, you have different concepts.
Yep.
Right? Like he's got these interesting, like the way that the Thessalians approached cavalry is really different from the way that Romans did. And it's very much this concept of like, oh, Babinka, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hold on, let's give the shout out to Babinka. How are you doing, Babinka? I know that you're just back from vacation, right?
I like that emote a lot.
It's really good. It's really good.
That's a really good emote.
It's really good. FX Lines, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And today I am being joined by Mikks, and we were just discussing the complex martial traditions in the United States and how we perceive and fetishize violence. And I was bringing up classic text for me, Soldiers and Ghosts. What were you up to, Vivek? Yeah, you're on a mini vacation, and okay, I will be at Offkai, so I might see you there.
I'll also be at Offkai if you would like to meet me.
Yes, if you'd like to meet the bird, the big bird. And hello, George, and hello. George is responsible for a lot of my emotes. If you like this one, that's a George original. So hello, George. As always, I appreciate your contribution.
It's really good, by the way.
It's really good. And hello, Beeplebees, and hello, Folk Zawbear, and Hanel VV, and of course to FX Lines. Welcome in for the first time. The verb is the verb. The verb is the wire. But yes. I hope that you were having a good time. I slinked a pack for Offkai. Ugh. But yes, I am having a we're having a nice discussion. We've mostly been discussing mechs, and it's kind of gone over into this question of like, how do different cultures think about soldiers and how they fit into society, and what makes a good soldier? What makes a good soldier? Because the U.S. has this. The way that the U.S. tradition works creates this different inflection compared to the Japanese cultural notions of like what is a good warrior, what is a good soldier. And
so a question,
go ahead.
A question I have to you, especially about the U.S. perception of this, but the general perception of this, because you know much more about military history than I do. I'm no expert in this topic by any means, and my speciality in history is extremely recent. It is. Contemporary, literally contemporary, post-World War II history, especially the Cold War, and the cultural booms and economic booms of the 1980s, right? That's my actual speciality. And I know a little bit about like ancient Syria and stuff like that. But
I mean, it's hard not to. It's too much fun.
Yeah, it's extremely interesting. And Syria holds a special place in my heart due to parts of my life, right? So I learned a lot about Syria in particular. But what I wanted to ask you is, where do you think the idea of fealty plays into the American perception of military service, of war, and of
I think that's complicated.
service in general?
I think that's complicated, yeah. I think
it's something I've been thinking about a lot recently, because it seems to be, to me, one of the only values truly held by the Conservative Party.
Well, it's I mean,
fealty to the party line.
Well, this is an interesting one, right? Because when I think about how U.S. military norms operate, I think the U.S. is unusually disinterested in fealty by world historical standards. And by fealty, I mean like personal loyalty, right?
Yeah.
Like the extent service members do tend to, there does tend to be a concern about good officers versus bad officers. But I recently read, it's my most recent thing posted on my Goodreads. I recently read Infantry in Battle, which is about infantrymen, enlisted men in the 1730s, from 1733 to 1783. So it's a very specific piece of military history, and the officers there are decisive. The ability of an officer to inspire and maintain the loyalty of the specific soldiers under his command is a critical component of every single aspect of line infantry operations. And U.S. military personnel, from what I can tell, they place the personal loyalty to any individual in the military much lower than their loyalty to their oath of office. That tends to be the emphasis that I have seen, is that it's about loyalty to your oath of office. And this is a huge contrast if you were to look at, say, a medieval army. Medieval armies would be, I think, the most extreme on the other end, which medieval armies we can kind of see, if you are looking at, if you're a modern historian studying military affairs, you can see echoes of this in a lot of 21st century militaries that are not the United States or Germany or the UK or China, but like, you know, like Somalia, for example. Where the army isn't one thing. The army is what historian Brett Devereaux calls a retinue of retinues, where Mikks has 20 guys that are willing to show up and kill on his behalf, because they're like his personal friends that like he has developed a leadership over. Like you give them jobs and hang out with them, and now these 20 guys are ride or die for you. And then you're ride or die for me, so you show up, and your 20 guys become my 20 guys.
It's the me and my retainers show up to save the day sort of thing, right?
Yeah, and this is how a feudal army works. And these are all about personal fealty. There's nothing else there. There's nothing else holding together other than the personal fealty of everybody involved and traditions. Like abstract traditions.
Very common in Japanese media, by the way.
Very common.
This is how the Sengoku period worked.
Absolutely, this is exactly how the
Sengoku.
Absolutely, how it's how the Battle of Sekigahara ends. Is that there's a dispute over loyalty between two of the commanders, and one of them flips sides, and that ends ends the entire period. That ends it. And this is a thing that I always like to emphasize about how different it is for the medieval era, because this means that the ability of you to marshal and command soldiers on the field is entirely contingent on the personal loyalty of everybody involved. Which means that, like,
it's almost more like managing a project group than that, like a chain of command. Yeah,
it is very much so. Very much so. It's very personal.
There's no true organizational loyalty involved.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no organizational loyalty. Yeah. That's a very good way of putting it. There's no organizational loyalty. There's no supra loyalty happening here. It's all just personal loyalties. And I think the U.S. is unusually low on that. And I think that shows up in how soldiers are portrayed in our media.
Okay. Yeah, true.
I admittedly, like, this thing that I've seen the most recently that was like about soldiers. It was not itself military, but it was about soldiers, which is Barry. And in Barry, we have two soldiers. Hello, Soldat. We're talking about military affairs.
Your name is Soldier.
We're talking about and so the contrast between two of the veterans that we see, two of the military veterans that we see in the show, strictly I guess three of them, but like one of them is just doing a job, and the other one has a loyalty to the higher office and to these like abstract principles. Neither of them are making commitments based on like the personal loyalty to a person that they love so much. That's like not a significant factor in their stories. And it's that's kind of how I think about how US soldiers are. It's not universal. It's not universal though, because I can think of there have been a couple of what's that guy's name? Michael Bay.
Yeah, Bay is big.
Bay will have like, oh, like this group of like commandos goes rogue because like they're all really super loyal to this one commander who's like decided that he's going to do it.
It's always this idea. It's not even so much the ride or die thing with Bay.
Mm-hmm.
He's got this idea that being a rebel is super cool, but only if you're a rebel because of the law.
Yeah, because of the law.
Right.
I mean, and Michael Bay is like, this is the reason. This is part and parcel of how much Michael Bay is a fan favorite of the U.S. military itself.
Mm-hmm.
That like when he portrays this, and I'm thinking of like The Rock and stuff like that.
Yeah,
the villains, like, this is kind of the thing that makes them like kill on sight. This is the thing that is like their fall from grace that makes them evil, is that they have prioritized their loyalty to an individual commander over their oath of office to the United States.
Yeah.
And like this is, it's like from a US military standpoint where like that's the norm that is binding together the US. Okay. So I hope that you don't have a trauma related to it. If you're like an expert on it, I'm actually really interested to hear. I'm not afraid of people like telling me that I'm just fucking wrong, which I'm fair with. Because I'm looking at media portrayals. I'm looking at media portrayals.
My main interest here is its impact on media portrayals and the popular perception and psychology around it. Right. Like I'm interested in the actual history because I'm just interested in things in general. But the actual particular reason we got onto this is discussion of portrayal of soldiers in Japanese media versus
because we've been
American
talking
media.
We've been talking mechs.
Yeah,
we've been talking mechs a lot.
Right.
And I actually didn't get through this like all that way back because like again the only Gundam I have seen is I saw Gundam Wing when it aired on Toonami 1,000,000 years ago.
Wing and Wing isn't really about this. Wing is more like the A team than it is like military fiction.
Yeah, right? Wing is so silly.
Wing is extremely silly. I actually love Wing's director, specifically because he's so silly. Most of his shows are more like the parts of Wing where Wu Fei goes, "Oh, a woman," and then does 3 backflips and lands on a motorcycle. Okay, most of his shows are like that, and they're intentionally like that. It is telling that he was chosen as the director of the Guilty Gear anime that just aired.
Oh hell yeah!
And the entire Guilty Gear anime is like the best parts of Wing, which is when Wing is being intensely over the top and silly, coupled with like these really intense monologues of characters and their histories. And it's 8 episodes long, so it's pretty easy to watch, right? I love. So the other thing I love about Gundam Wing, right, and a lot of people who engage with this as Americans or Canadians don't know about this probably, but the voice cast of the original Gundam Wing is fucking phenomenal.
I did not know this, but hell yeah, that's good to know. That's good to know.
Hiroyui's voice actor in particular is Midori Kawa. Midori Kawa, also known as Green River, is one of the most prolific voice actors in like Japanese history, basically. And also, he is like the coolest guy who just really likes stuff. He just really likes his roles. He really likes playing his roles. So when somebody asks him, "Hey, will you play this role in like this crossover, this video?" and he goes, "Yes, and I will do extra lines."
Hell yeah.
Just like inevitably. He's infamous for anything Hiroyui appears in, right? Any Gundam game, any crossover game, whatever, right? He will record for free a line for every single thing that he can target with Twin Buster Rifle.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I know this much of us. But yeah, the when I look at hold on, where was I? Yeah, that is a yeah, when we talk about changes happening to the US military, it gets really depressing really fast, and it's
So speaking of somebody with some military friends, and not to get too dragged down on this, right?
yeah.
Just what I've heard is there's also a lot of friction in the military right now because of how they're being utilized and deployed, and a lot of people are very, very unhappy about it, right?
There's very much a at least it looks to me very much a case of people voting for something that they didn't actually understand, which has been the case in a lot of people who voted for the Trump administration, right?
A lot of people who voted for the Trump administration are Mexican children of immigrants.
Yeah, and I mean the most infamous and obvious one is like, I can't believe you would raise prices on imports. It's like it's literally like the most
that's like what he ran on.
Like I don't know what to tell you. Like if you did want to raise prices on imports, like at least you understood that. But a lot of people did not think that raising prices on imports was a thing that he was going to do. And it's like this is like one of the things that he's obsessed with it. Like he likes this. He likes this at a level that like transcends his objective.
We have such a trade deficit with all of our enemies, and we have a trade deficit, and that's bad business because I can't count.
It's genuine. He just seems to have like a weird obsession with it too. Like he really thinks like tariffs do things that they don't do.
He has an idea that what a trade deficit means, as far as I know, right? What his idea of what this means is that we're getting a bad deal because they're getting more out of it than we are.
Yeah, it is a misunderstanding of what a trade deficit is.
It's a misunderstanding of what trade is.
Oh yeah. No, I mean the XKCD explanation is pretty good. That like you spend money at the hardware store and you buy screws and nails. And they don't buy screws and nails from you, so shouldn't you be like forcing them to buy screws and nails from you?
Yeah.
It's like what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's completely insane. Like the way he tried to explain it like a dozen times now, I think. And it's become more incoherent every single time.
I'm wondering how much
I don't think he knows.
I'm wondering how much he likes the sound of the word. Like if he was if he was a different type of guy, I would attribute a lot of it to he does seem to have a real belief that the Gilded Age was better. That like pre-World War I US was better than post-World War I US.
He's delusional, but he does actually genuinely believe that, I believe.
I do think so, and if it wasn't for the fact that I think he's not like if he was if he was like almost any other type of person, I would think that that's like the main connection is that like pre-World War I, we did not have a permanent federal income tax. The revenue for the U.S. government was largely raised via tariffs. It turns out that when you have a consumer economy, tariffs are a miserably slow and inefficient way of raising revenue for the federal government compared to income taxes. It's just a matter of once you have to build the infrastructure to collect income taxes. That's a pain in the ass, but we already have it. So it's very self-sustaining, but he's looking... He
doesn't understand infrastructure, for one thing.
No, he
I don't want to just... I could rag on this guy, I could rag on 47, literally for, my entire life and not get done. My family has history with the fucker as well. Yeah. So...
and it's... But it's mostly... I don't need to rag on it too much, mostly because it's, I think, a little bit less... It's a little bit of a dead horse sometimes.
It really... we shouldn't forget, but... don't need to waste all of our breath on them.
But again, I think it's entirely possible that one, he's looking at these models of how the U.S. operated in 1900 and is like, oh, this is so much cooler. Again, renaming Denali is just so ridiculously petty. Who gives a shit about McKinley? Come on. But also, I do think he might just literally like the word tariffs. I think he might literally think it sounds
this
nice.
Is a thing that I have observed in the Trump camp in general. So for those of you who don't know me, my actual area of expertise is cognitive linguistics. I have a master's degree. I am not a doctor. I am not a therapist, but I am fairly well educated in this specific subject. And I have a subspecialization in the way language impacts human development and learning in regards to things like neuroplasticity and that sort of thing, right? So I'm fairly well educated on the subject of words that sound nice to our brain and function as some sort of candy, right?
You're also incredibly close friends with Nagi, a person who's extremely vulnerable to this.
It's like her superpower, I swear to God, one of her many superpowers, right? But the thing about the Trump camp is that it is very clear how vulnerable and infatuated they are with rhetorical flourish.
Yeah.
And with turns of phrase that they rarely understand the meaning of, but more importantly, which rarely really mean anything other than we hate those other people or you're gonna win more if you say this word enough, right?
Yeah, it's goofy.
It's this very 4chan-y sort of like it's oddly like this very internet era thing of like for anyone who's lived through enough of the internet, so like 4 years of the internet basically, right, and has been paying attention to certain kinds of communities, you will notice a certain cycle of obsession that occurs where some sort of word will capture the interest of the public. And there's a lot of different words it can be, but they're usually very sexual slang. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And people get obsessed. They get obsessed. They use it for everything. They dilute the word, and it just becomes those people I don't like or something along those lines, right?
Yeah. And there's a thing here, right, about repetition, right? That repetition breeds repetition is very important for us in our learning and cognition, and you can definitely exploit that. You can exploit that quite badly.
This is what they call a meme. Actually, well, so woke is one, but woke is something that's been being criticized in one way or another for like 45 years at least in the media. So like that one's actually got some staying power, and as a word, it's got some staying power. I feel right.
I'm
talking
feel like
about cuck.
Oh yeah,
that's
cuck
what
is
I'm
a
talking
strange
about.
one. Cuck is a
it went away.
One.
That's the thing. It was really, really popular. It got more and more and more popular. And I was sitting there being really uncomfortable about the common use of this to mean somebody who is not winning.
Yes. And here's something that's actually super interesting to me. We're going to invoke a field that I love quite a bit, which is the sociology of sexuality. Which is that
good field, right?
There are political correlates with fetishes. With sexual fetishes, and one of the ones that's like very well understood and well known is interest in BDSM is associated with liberals.
Yes,
that's
liberals, and more so actually with leftists.
Yes,
pretty far leftists.
Oh my goodness, I tend not to worry too much about like the statistics on far leftists, just because despite being one of them, there's like 5 of us, so it's like, so very hard to get a significant sample size. The leftists, they're pretty much all into it. And the thing is, like, what are the right wingers into? And it is non-monogamy. It is swinging.
Yes,
swinging is a conservative phenomenon. Which I find pretty fascinating, and my hypothesis, right, is that it has to do with the fact that these are relatively taboo things. For leftists in particular, even much more so than liberals, but for leftists, there is a general disgust and revulsion with like power hierarchies. And BDSM is a way and BDSM is a way of sexualizing power hierarchies. And in the case of conservatism, they are obsessed with the sexual loyalty of women.
Yes.
That's
and I think that's directly what causes the whole what led to the rise of this. Like it was 2 things, okay? One of it was pornography, okay? One of it was specifically Japanese pornography, because that's what causes every fucking thing now, as far as I can tell.
There are 2 things leading the world. One is Japanese pornography, and the other one is sports gambling. These are the 2 things that we have.
Yeah, pretty much.
These are the 2 things that we have. Babel Bees, it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. We are about to get hit with ads.
Again. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's already been an
Yeah.
hour.
My ads don't work, so I don't know how it works. Okay, they just don't work. I don't
This is
get
why I'm
ads.
announcing. This is why I'm
Yeah.
announcing, because I can see the incoming ad break warning. I mean, Karatsune, that's generally my habit, consenting adults, blah blah blah. But it is interesting to see the sociology of it. It is interesting to see
Yeah.
these social trends.
I'm not judgmental about people's fetishes unless they're extremely basic and extremely proud of being basic. But yeah.
But okay, we are going to hit the ad break. Everybody get your stretch, get your water, and we'll be back in a few moments. Enjoy the fan art. All right, we're back. Yeah, so Mikks is actually this is like a case of like me and Mikks having different online environments. Because
Yeah.
what I have been the thing that has been like showing up across my feeds and my news for the last week or so is Sabrina Carpenter's the Sabrina Carpenter discourse. And it's baffling
the
to me.
discourse. It's insane to me, right?
It's baffling to me because so for folks who don't know, because a lot of you are probably old and do not listen to pop music from Iowa, Sabrina Carpenter is a pop musician, and part of her brand is that she enjoys having sex with men.
Yeah.
Just part of her brand is that she enjoys having sex with men.
Which is apparently still taboo in America for some reason.
Yeah, and I've only listened to like one or two of her songs. I think they're fine pop songs. I'm not like a huge pop guy. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think it's fine. And okay, so she enjoys having sex with men in a way that is most of the people I know who like her are just like, oh, it's refreshing, right? It's just like straightforwardly refreshing that somebody is just like just clear about it and not like weird or coy or anything. She's just like, yeah, this is fun. I'm writing songs about things that I like, so this is one of the things I like, so it's on there. And her most recent album cover is it's pet play. It's B grade pet play is what's on there.
Barely even. The important part is that it's titled Man's Best Friend.
It's titled Man's Best Friend. There's one version of the cover where she's wearing a collar. There's another version where it's a man like holding her hair.
It looks like something you'd see on a bodice ripper. It looks like something you'd see in 50 Shades of Grey. It's pretty low end. It's
very low. It is to my eyes as a person who like was able to go to a bookstore in the 90s and remembers like 80s and 90s television and movies, like extremely nothing.
Yeah, it's weird to me as somebody who's consumed a lot of Japanese media for a long time, and you just see like shibari as an art form that is like mainstream in media. Yeah.
And it's
the entire Japanese metal scene. Oh my fucking god!
Oh, the Japanese metal scene's funny as hell, man. Those guys are on some shit. But yeah, I mean, it's not even like a distinguished gentleman. It's just like a person who remembers anything before before the last 5 minutes, right? Like, a person with a long-term memory. Like,
and the version of this discourse that I've been seeing has been like. Look, there's not really a problem with that, but right now, when so many women are under attack, and I'm just kind of like, my girl, come on. Come on. I thought we were done with this. I thought you all became TERFs.
It was interesting to see, like, the way I've seen people talk about it on Reddit. There's, like, a significant number of people for whom, like, this level of rough play, which is like nothing, is being treated as something that like no human could possibly be interested in. They're like, this is like news to me as like a 50-year-old woman that a woman would like to, that like somebody would mix pleasure and pain. It's like, what do you? There's no way.
Gosh.
There's no way.
Imagine being a masochist, guys.
There's no way.
That couldn't be me. Certainly not. I'm a masochist, by the way.
I'm just like, there's just no way. There's just no way. Like that. And I'm just, yes, the neo-Puritanism is fascinatingly weird.
Specifically, Naki. It's not even really that, because there are other women who do very sexualized stuff who are celebrated for it. No, the problem is that she likes to be fucked. It is not a girl boss, I take what I want, men bow down to me sort of thing. It's a, much more submissive sort of vibe.
Yeah.
And I can kind of understand why this might make some women uncomfortable, but also, she's a pop star. It's very common, and she's a pop star, and she's clearly choosing of her own accord to glorify her own sexual interests.
I will say that I am hesitant to give her to be too strident about it being her agency, just because I thought that Kesha and Britney Spears had a lot more control over their careers than it turns out they actually did. So
So
it's
things
possible.
have changed somewhat in the music industry since then.
Hopefully, I am hoping that it is not the case. I'm optimistic that it's not the case. I also just know enough people who are, in fact... No, the thing is, 1,000 Skeletons, I've read about it in the paper 4 times now.
Yeah, I've seen it in the fucking newspaper.
I have actually seen
I heard
more...
about it on NPR today.
I have seen more reporting about it than I've seen about, like, the literal assassinations we just had.
Yeah, the literal fucking assassinations and the continued, exchanges of horrific warhead things between Iran and Israel and all that.
I will admit, from an editing and writing standpoint, I will admit that I would rather talk about the pop star than, as a matter of trying to sell papers, as a matter of what I would like to talk about, because I'm talking about that, not like when we get talking about the heavier stuff, I'm like, I wonder how much I want to talk about this before we get back to the funny stuff. And like the physical paper, it's,
like a newspaper, which like I no longer have any newspaper subscriptions, but that's like as of last year when I dropped the post, because I was like, you know what? Fuck you guys. Yeah. Fuck the person who owns you specifically, right?
Well, see, it's really funny because the print media that is inflicted upon me the most is also the Post, but it's the much worse Post.
It's the New York Post.
It's New York Post.
I remember when they fairly recently had a cover that was like, bear market on the rise, and it's like a fucking bad Photoshop of a bear breathing fire on Wall Street. Like
that actually kind of rocks. I'm sorry, that actually kind of rocks.
It actually kind of rocks, but it shows you the quality of like the level of serious journalism.
The one they had a couple days ago was when they were using, like, churches have been, as they always do, handing out food and water to protesters, and they had a pun title that I can't remember because I'm not very good with puns, and the New York Post writers are good at puns, unfortunately. But they were comparing them to Satanists.
Yeah. Which, that's really funny because the funny thing about the Church of Satan...
Yeah. I despise the Post. I'm sorry. I get heated about these assholes.
They're terrible, but they're also really funny. Like
it's dreadful. They are nightmarish. I think that working for the Post should like literally be a crime.
I give them credit at least, right? Or at least I am not as mad about them as I am about certain other publications, because at least the Post is not insidious. There's nothing insidious about what they do. They are just a clown fiesta.
Yeah, they're just
embarrassment to journalism, but
they're just the demons from an isekai.
Yeah,
there's free run demons. Like
basically platonically evil creatures who have no moral concepts whatsoever, right?
Yeah, but anyway, where the heck was I? Anyway, I was just, again, this was one of those things where I guess it's kind of interesting coming from VTubing. Didn't they put a swastika in the cross? I don't know, but that
sounds like the Post.
Sounds like them. On brand. Oh god, hold on. What was it?
We were talking about Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter. So like coming at this from like VTubing, right? Where like this would mean like oh my god, could you imagine these people being introduced to like Mirabelle?
Yeah. that woman, the funniest thing about that woman is how fast she oscillates between like extremely dommy and extremely not.
Yeah.
She's like the switchiest switch imaginable.
Oh yeah, good for her.
It's like she swings back. She's not a switch, she's a swing, right? She's like an automated, she's a revolving door. It's impressive.
Which I think that most people would assume we mean something different. I don't think she's particularly promiscuous. I just think she's very horny.
I think she's very horny because she is not particularly promiscuous.
I
think that's Mira's vibe, because like I don't know. The last time she told a story about this, it was like everybody in chat was like, "Oh my god, Mira, she was hitting on you."
Lesbians. Right. Lesbians. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, let he who is without sin cast the first stone on that one.
Yeah,
so.
fair enough. I'm pretty fucking oblivious. I know that. Right?
So, but yeah, I just found this like really interesting as this case of like this is not a remarkable level of sexuality or sexual expression. This is... I understand more the people who are like the weird pop heads who are mad about it because they think it's like...
It's not pure, the weird puritanical purity
The,
politics.
the Puritans, I'm like, what is wrong with you? The people who are like, it's uninspired and boring. Like, okay.
Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah.
That's much more understandable
I feel
to me.
that. I feel that, right? To me, I just looked at it, I'm like, brother, like I think the last album I looked at was like actually some BDSM shit on the cover. Like, why are we being so upset about this? Like, are you people just so that underexposed to like music culture? Like, what's going on here? Right?
Hello Ryan and hello Tech Tenchi. Yeah, I mean, by contrast, have you watched Decline of Western Civilization Part 2?
Yes.
Yeah. So for folks who don't know this is actually an amazing art experiment. There's a series of movies called The Decline of Western Civilization, and one was made in the early they're made 10 years apart. I think it's like on this like 1972, 82 and 92, or like 90, like I think it's on the fives actually.
Yeah,
like 75.
I think that's right. I can check that for you real quick.
I don't think it's early now that I'm thinking about it, because then the third one doesn't work if it's 92.
1981, so it's the ones.
Oh, it's the ones, huh? So it's 91. That's weird.
So actually, they went 1981, 1988, 1998.
Oh, okay. That's why I got confused. Yeah. So these are about the music scene in LA. And the first one is about the punk scene, and it's very underground, and you get to see some insane stuff like pre-Henry Rollins' Black Flag, which is like, I didn't even know that was a thing. But yes, there was a... Black Flag is older than Henry Rollins' involvement in it, which is crazy.
Yes, which is kind of crazy, right? Yeah.
And then the 80s one, though, is the one that's like really staggeringly interesting, because like she got insane connections, and she's doing interviews with like Steven Tyler. And Alice Cooper. The Alice Cooper interviews are fascinating. And one of these hair metal guys, like, this is a female director who is like a kind of like fire-breathing feminist type. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're wondering why the director of Wayne's World didn't direct anything after Wayne's World 2, it's because she wouldn't tolerate Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
She got blacklisted because of shitting on Harvey Weinstein, because she's like a fire-breathing feminist type. And this is what happened to people who didn't play nice with Harvey Weinstein, and why people did. Is because he got blacklisted. So she's like this fire-breathing feminist type. She's like super serious and severe, which is very funny for the person who directed Wayne's World. And one of these hair metal guys insists on doing the interview where he's lying in a bed and has two models groping him the entire time. And like the camera's mounted on the ceiling, pointed down at him, while like two women in lingerie are like rubbing his chest and like kissing his neck the whole interview. And it's like, my guy, like, this is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
This shit, right? When people do this shit, I'm just like, wow, you're insecure. Right? Especially when men do this shit. I'm just like, every time I'm like, wow, the insecurity is crazy with you.
In his case, I'm like, I'm really wondering how much was like very intentional, like branding towards like male power fantasy stuff. Because like, it is worth saying, like, this guy, like, I don't remember his name. Like, he can't have been that big, because like I remember Alice Cooper, I remember Ozzy Osbourne, like I remember Steve Tyler, like I remember them and their interviews and why it infected them. And when I remember like the name of the band rather than like the name of the artist in those, it's because like they didn't really go anywhere. And so this guy, like, I think he may have understood that, like, oh crap, I'm going to be in roll footage like between Alice Cooper and Steven Tyler. I need to do something.
Stand out.
I need to stand out. I know my audience is these weird dudes with these power fantasies about male sexual prowess and availability. We need to set this up so that I get this advertising in. So I don't know how much was like his personal insecurity, but it did just come across as just incredibly goofy and like tone deaf in its effect. Like, he may have not had an intention coming entirely from a place of like psychosexual insecurity, but if he did have some other intention, he missed.
There's also always the possibility that he just thought it would be funny.
Yes, that's true. That's true. He was entirely
But-
possibly just going for shock value too, because like
Yeah.
one of the bands in there that did not go anywhere, like started dressing as like Nazis and stuff for like pure shock jock value. Like,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh, cringe.
Yeah, extremely cringe, right? The only
Well,
reason to dress up like
Ryan
a
the
Nazi
Space
is to
God
make
brings
fun
up-
of Nazis.
Yeah, Ryan the Space God bringing in cringe King McAfee.
Yeah, fuck that guy, man. Like,
Ah,
I had to convince my parents, like back in the day, not to use McAfee antivirus because I knew about this guy, and I was like, this guy's a piece of shit. You do not want to give him any money.
you
do not
it's
want
funny that that's the
anything to
angle
do
you went for, and not the fact
Yeah.
that McAfee doesn't work.
Yeah,
Like McAfee is a security
with my
vulnerability.
parents, yeah.
Yeah, with your parents, yeah.
With my parents, the most effective mechanism is, for those of you who, well, none of you would know, except Nagi, Al has met my parents, so
Yeah.
he knows what they're like. My parents will be much more compelled by, this person is bad, don't use their product, or this person has bad policies, don't use their product, than this product is bad, don't use it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Because my parents are the kind of people who will be like, it's convenient though, right? Unless they have an actual reason that is valid to them, right? Whether or not the product works the best is not a valid reason not to use the product. Whether or not that product is
Morally compromised.
morally or functionally, ideologically compromised, right?
Mhm.
Like I convinced, so Nagi hates Logitech.
Yeah.
And
Interesting
she
choice,
convinced my dad to hate Logitech.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
based on specifically the Logitech CEO saying that he wanted to have a subscription service for mouse software.
Ah, okay.
And my
that's
dad
pretty
went,
obnoxious.
that is evil and I hate it.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of miss my Logitech mouse.
No, they're really good mice. They're really good mice. So it's a sacrifice to give it up.
Yeah.
But, I respect the principles. I respect the principles there, right? I have a G3 Ultra, so
I was on a G1. I've gotten two G106s in a row, and they ruled. I'm currently not on one of those. I'm on a Red Dragon M913, which is pretty good. But like, I do notice the difference in their responsiveness on like different surfaces.
yeah,
The
yes.
Logitechs are so good at that. Holy crap!
They are very good mice. Like, don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. Logitech makes pretty goddamn good projects, but as Nagi says, she doesn't fuck around with people who are that against consumer
Yeah,
rights.
it's
right.
the people will try to make anything into a subscription if they can.
Yeah.
I
The ultimate fantasy of every corporate type is they make something once and you pay for it forever.
yeah, the ultimate fantasy is their landlord, right? Like that's
True.
capitalists are just
A
temporarily embarrassed
classical
landlords.
landlord, not
Yeah,
a modern landlord.
Yeah.
A classical landlord, the kind that was a feudal lord of land.
Yeah, it's there's a I will say, like, if you are doing continuous software support, I actually don't think it's that unreasonable to go, why do people pay for something once and then get continuous support for it? I don't, but also, like, it's
Well, so the counter argument I'd make to that is, okay, then unlock the fucking technology when you're no longer going to support it so other people
yes,
can.
that is more important to me. That is more
Right.
important to me. That's
right.
more.
That's fine with me. If they want to say we'll stop supporting it,
Yeah, they got it.
at its lifetime, right? Once it stops being advantageous to us to support it, we'll stop supporting it. But you can do whatever you want, right? That's fine.
Yeah, and I mean it's again, like, I am partially, like, part of my thought on this is, like, I still remember back in the mid 2000s, once again going back to the Bush era, that people were really mad that World of Warcraft was a subscription.
Which is weird because it's like every MMO before World of Warcraft was also a subscription.
Yeah, that's true, and it's also, you pay for a magazine. There's subscription models where, admittedly, I say this because I'm on a subscription model. That's how I pay for things in life, is that people pay me subscriptions. But also, it's, you pay a subscription and you get some quantity of product on a drip feed okay, whatever. You know, that's like coherent to me. And if you feel the counter argument in the case of Logitech that I don't think is non-trivial here is like, so wait, what am I actually paying for with this software?
Yes.
Like, wait, what are you talking about? Like,
yes. So with things like, with subscription services like World of Warcraft,
yeah,
right? Where the game is continuously developed and updated, and you pay for it once, and then you pay the subscription service, and you keep getting those updates. You never have to buy any of them.
And the thing you're really paying for is not even the development, it's keeping the servers online.
It's keeping the servers online to a point, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain point at which you are World of Warcraft, and just the sales of your expansion packs alone could keep the servers running for 10 years.
Speaking of, thank you, Rifter, for the subscription. This is... God, I love the Dutch voice. This is a public service stream. It is supported by viewers like you. My ability to keep myself in pens and inks and cookies and cinnamon rolls is supported by viewers like you. You really need the burst emote. It's really good. It's really good. Spread it far and wide. And
it's
my
very good. It's a very good emote.
But yeah, like it's makes it an inane investment to start learning to use a software. And Nagi, it's particularly funny to me because like the softwares that I have used in my life that required like real investment to learn how to use. Oh, Kara. Kara.
Oh, look, a hype train.
Thank you for the gift subs. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. That will pay for like 2 drinks at Offkai. Of which you will get at least 1, or at least something else from me. But yes, thank you for the gift subs to a Tumbleweed and Kyle372DDR and Satine Fiore and Miss Mochivus and Yokita. I think Miss Mochivus might be here right now, so
I will save my friend from ads.
Mikks, thank you for the gift sub to Nagi. Thank you. Yes, Carl, I'll take a drink with you.
I want the emote, but I want the emote chest. I must roll the gacha. I must open card packs.
And Ryan the Space God, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now in a people call it a scam train. I don't know. I feel like I need to come up with like a better way to refer to this if I'm going to try to keep up the public service bit. There's a
we call it a calm train, just a chill train, right?
A chill train, a sleeper train.
Yeah. It's like sort of, they give you a little bed and you can just lie down and fall asleep while you go across the entirety of Europe because Europe has like functional rail.
yeah. I mean, to hear the Germans talk about Deutsche Bahn, they don't. But
Deutsche Bahn is a nightmare. But
it is funny. I've not been on Deutsche Bahn. I don't know.
Well, it's sort of like how in the UK, right? They say they have highways, but really what they have is parking lots.
Oh, brutal. Well, it's. I mean, the contrast point that I have, right, is like Americans talking about trains and like talking about like New York being like the subway, blah blah blah. It's like the New York subway system is like extremely mediocre. It's mediocre to poor by world standards.
Yes.
And it's just like you're comparing it to like the DC Metro, which is cleaner and prettier, but like. It's just not very functional, man.
It's not very functional, and it's actively... The biggest problem with the DC Metro compared to the New York subway system is that the DC Metro is constantly and actively interfered by a small group of rich people who really don't want poor people in their neighborhoods.
That feels like it's causal of what I view as the problem, which is that the DC Metro just doesn't have enough stations.
It does not have enough stations. It needs 2 more lines, and it desperately needs the DC Metro. So DC Metro service also includes the buses, right? They also run the buses. The problem is the bus routes make 0 fucking sense, right? Do you know where so you've been to my parents' house?
Yeah.
Do you know where the closest bus stop that actually stops 7 days a week is?
No, and I can't.
5 miles away. Because it's suburban Maryland, right? Buses drive through there all the time. There's a fucking high school. That's a 5-minute walk from there. And there is a bus that stops there once a day on school days.
Dreadful. Dreadful.
And you can only board that bus if you're at that stop if you're a student at that high school, by the way.
What a shock! What a shock that the two guys who worked public service are getting mad about buses and trains.
Yeah.
What a shock here! We're really leaning into these stereotypes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the point is like I hear horror stories about Deutsche Bahn, but also it's like I always have this like my entire like reputational perception is like European and the Germans are supposed to be good at both infrastructure and running things. It's like why is Deutsche Bahn so bad? Like what happened? Why is Deutsche Bahn the exception?
It's because people just don't like. The truth is, it's the same reason that in a lot of European countries, right? It's just like really hard to go to any sort of like niche service shop or anything like that, right? Because they just kind of open when they want to. And they own the property. They live in an apartment above the property, and when they feel like opening their shop, they walk downstairs and they open their shop.
That's so big.
And so a lot of the times it'll be like, oh yeah, we're gonna be open this week from like, it's kind of like streaming schedules when you don't have a strict schedule, right? This week we're gonna be open from, on Tuesday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and after that you're fucked.
Hello, Yaishijin. Hello.
But I think a lot of that carries over to public transit as well.
I should become German is what I'm getting out of this.
I mean, it's a pretty good way to live your life, even if it's frustrating to the people who might be relying on you, right?
That is so fair. It is so fair.
I mean, the best subway system I've ever been on, the best like train system is Japan's by far that I've ever been on myself, right? I've been on like several different European systems. The Swedish train system is pretty good. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good. The Polish one is actually extremely good. The Poland has pretty goddamn good infrastructure, even if the Polish constantly meme on it, right? What did I get from my hype chest?
I got a decent one from it.
I got the cutesy bear. I will never get the goose, but it's okay.
I actually don't keep track of what I get from these usually, so I
get this creature.
But I got the
Japan's public transit system is really good. Basically, is what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, it's a famously good one.
It's famously good, famously efficient, famously clean, and people don't talk to each other on the subway, which is like for most people a plus. For me, not so much, but
oh, I do have that one.
Yeah, you got the emote that everybody was like absolutely like wailing for like weeks.
Yeah, I mean I've not used any of the European ones. I've used Japan. The Japan timing thing is like kind of interesting to me. I mean, like in New York, they're very sloppy about timing, and it turns out to not really be a big deal because, particularly like I used to use the G train for commuting. There's another G train in 5 minutes. Like I don't like for some reason people would meme on the G train, but I had actually a very good experience with the G train. It's like the entire line's like 15 minutes end to end. If they have if they have even 2 trains running simultaneously, like you just like never are waiting that long. If you're during off rush hour, it's very different. It's like 20 plus minutes between trains, but it's just like not that big of a deal. Whereas, like, but this is just like a result of like the way that we kind of decided to do things in New York. We're just like, oh yeah, like the rolling stock is cheap enough. We'll just run more.
Meanwhile, like is the typical waiting period for trains during like prime time in DC Metro, right? So those of you who haven't guessed, I'm from the Metro area. I live in DC, right? I live in Maryland. I live in Bethesda, but I'm from the DC area. I've lived in the Virginia, Maryland, DC zone pretty much my entire life. I'm actually originally from New York, but like I moved when I was 4, so you know.
Yeah.
But usually it's about 10 minutes between trains.
Yeah, which
at prime time, which is
which is one of those things where like you don't have to give that much of a crap about. But that said, New York trains have a lot of enormous flaws, and it's very frustrating that the flaws that get talked about are not really the flaws that they actually have.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
It's when people are inaccurate with their criticisms of something that should be criticized, it's just like the most hair-pullingly frustrating thing imaginable.
Well, in the case of New York, all right, like the problems with the New York subways are like it's unreliable.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have enough stops.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Blue, that's been driving me nuts. Is that like they have less timers than they did 2 years ago? They've replaced a lot of the timers with ads. It's driving me nuts.
It's weird. You know what's always weird to me? How little ad space is actually used in like American transit hubs.
Oh yeah.
You'd think they'd use way more of it, but the only advertising that they put in is in like the most obnoxious and pointless places to put it.
Yeah,
it's so wild, right?
So there's not enough stops. There's only there's only one radial line, which is the G.
Mm-hmm.
There really needs to be better ways between between Queens and Brooklyn in particular.
Yeah.
There needs to be more trains going into Staten Island, but I know exactly why there aren't. But the reason why there aren't is the reason why I want there to be more, which is that Staten Islanders are demons, and they should be
diabolical.
They should be invaded by the civilizing influence of Bronxians and Queensians.
True.
They need to be educated and liberated.
I dated a guy from Staten Island for a while. Yeah, no, diabolical, right? Evil creature.
Yeah, Matthew lives on Staten Island. This is and he can attest to this. It's a blighted land. The
gate of hell will open from Staten Island.
I think Staten Island can be saved, but it needs the kindly influence of the kindly influence and ministrations of the people of Brooklyn and Upper Manhattan. And Blue hits on the thing, right? Is like I've had commuting routes where in order to get from northern Brooklyn to southern Brooklyn, I had to go into Manhattan or Queens. Like that's obnoxious. That's obnoxious.
This is like how if I can drive to my parents' house in like 30 minutes from my house, right? But if I take the train, it takes an hour and a half because I have to go all the way through DC.
Yeah. No, the New York City subway needs more stops and it needs to be connected in a more rational way because the New York City subway is so chaotically laid out. I think often about Dan Olson's thing about New York City, where New York City has accomplished this sort of like weird magical thing where no matter how far apart two things are, it always takes 1 hour to get there. Mm-hmm. Like it just doesn't matter. A quarter of a mile or 3 miles. It's just
a singularity effect, right? It's just like a quantum distortion in the flow of space-time, right?
Yeah, and
that's like a Terry Pratchett joke.
Yeah, it's like a Terry Pratchett joke. It's ridiculous. And so like those are things that need to be fixed. And then the thing like people think needs to be fixed about is they think it's like dangerous. It's like physically dangerous. And it's like no, man. Like
it's really not.
The way that people die on the subway, because people do die on the subway, but the main way, the way that people die on the subway is being in between cars while they're moving.
Yeah.
That's what gets you killed on the subway. Like,
yes.
The subway is the subway dangerous in a completely abstract sense? Maybe. Compared to driving? It's so safe.
Nah, yeah. People really underestimate how dangerous driving is.
Yeah. Or subway surfing. Yeah. No, it's doing things while the train is moving on the outside of the train. Like don't be in. If the train is moving, be inside the train. That's it. That's it.
Keep
Just do
your
that.
eyes, your hands and legs inside the vehicle at all times. Right? Yeah.
Like it's you. The age of just getting mugged by random teenagers is extremely over in the New York City subway system. And this gets to like the whole question of perception, yada yada yada.
That's a big city thing, and like a big one here is like, I mean, it's a lot of it is white fear, right?
Oh yeah.
And the thing that drives me nuts about white fear, in particular, is how it is treated by so many people in casual conversation as just like this default human fear.
Mm.
And I'm like, no, I think for like some like rural black people, the guy in the pickup with the gun rack blaring the country music is what for you, the urban white man, the black folks driving around with blasting the bass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is right. I think it's a little, like I think this sounds a little bit relative, just a wee little bit, right? And like people fearmonger about Atlanta. Like we were actually talking about Atlanta earlier, right? Oh, I think
Yeah.
I was talking
because
about
we hit I hit the Atlanta airport. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Atlanta airport fucking blows. But Atlanta itself, lovely city.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I visited there, I've had a wonderful time. I've never felt unsafe. I'm the whitest man in America. Like, and the way people fearmonger about places like Atlanta, parts of Chicago, not the right parts of Chicago, but parts of Chicago.
Yeah, I know the parts.
About Compton.
Mm-hmm. Oakland.
Is inner city DC.
Yeah.
Right? Well, gosh, I wonder why they might be talking about these particular places, right? I wonder what the unifying factor here is. Baltimore's another one, right?
Driving in Atlanta is miserable. Yeah, there's a joke that I remember from years ago that when Republicans imagine hell, they imagine Atlanta, which is to say it's full of gay people and the traffic is terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
The two worst things to a Republican mind. I will say, Blue, the contrast is subway versus other methods of getting around, and every method of getting around as a woman is going to be more dangerous than as a man. Unfortunately. But yeah, the statistics are that the driving is going to be so much more dangerous.
It is fair to mention that there is an element of safety that as men we are not necessarily speaking of from personal terms, right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean I am not afraid of going for a run at 1 a.m. When I go on a run at 1 a.m. Like I don't have to worry. It's if anything safer than other times of day because there's less people driving.
I'm genuinely more worried about bears than people when I go for a run, right?
Yeah.
So
God, imagine if I got mauled by a bear in Brooklyn.
That would be pretty impressive, right?
It would be infuriating.
There's that bull that broke out in Brooklyn, right? Was that Brooklyn?
I don't remember, actually. I don't remember.
I remember a story at some point about a bull that broke loose from a slaughterhouse in Brooklyn.
I just know that if I
went on a merry rampage and eventually got put in a humane society because it was so much of a spectacle, right?
Oh yeah. I just know that if I got mauled by a bear while I was on a run in Brooklyn, that would get me doxxed, right? It would just be, my name would be in the news. My face would be in the news, and then people be like, "Hey Al, why did you stop streaming?" And it's
I got mauled by a bear. I mean, that would be the best possible. Oh wow, your numbers would go way up.
That's true. Oh, don't.
I'm not going to tempt you to get mauled by. Get mauled by a. Here's the solution, right? Get mauled by a bear in Brooklyn. Then nobody will care.
Well, but then I don't get in the news, right? That's
true. That's true.
No, this is the goofy. That's of all the horrible ways to make the crazy influencer money. Got mauled by a bear is at least it's not going to prison in the Philippines or something. Survived a plane crash. Were you in it? No. I mean that happened. That's one of my favorite Reddit sentences of all time. I'm going to look it up so I don't mangle it. Okay, this might take me a minute, but there's a sentence, a specific sentence I really should do calligraphy of. No, it wasn't Yamaguchi. Who the heck was it? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find it. Damn it. There was a Japanese ultranationalist porn star who
Oh
was
yeah.
assassinated by the Yakuza. No, wait, I'm sorry. He assassinated a Yakuza boss by crashing a
Yes.
plane into the Yakuza boss because he viewed this Yakuza boss as not obeying the samurai code of honor.
Yes.
Completely insane. Japanese
Yes.
ultranationalist porn star. Like, already
Yeah.
incredible.
I mean, the truth is, right? There's actually like Japan has a really weird relationship with sex positivity
Mm-hmm.
and sex in general and sexual imagery,
Mm-hmm.
where like they're actually a fairly puritanical nation, but also not in any way in a way that is Christian.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what's very interesting about it, because like Japanese feminism is a very interesting beast.
Yeah.
Because one of the key and important feminist icons of of Japanese feminism is the penis hat,
Mm-hmm.
right? From the Penis Festival. This is an important feminist icon. It's very interesting how different some stuff can be, like especially in East Asian countries, right? How like a lot of the perceptions that we have. My favorite example is that what we think of as like super masculinity here in the US, right? Super heterosexual men. What we think of, hits the gym all the time, really macho, likes hanging out with other men, being bros, right? That's like the gay stereotype.
Yeah.
That's like male beauty is the gay stereotype of Japan. It's not the pretty boys who people in the West pretend are like gay characters in Japanese media, right? It's not Sephiroth. Sephiroth is like peak fucking male.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing homosexual about that character at all by Japanese standards, right? So it's very interesting.
I'd actually be interested in like hearing an analysis of that, because there is a bit of homoeroticism to Sephiroth. It's
there is,
not
yes.
in his character design, but it's in
his behavior, yes.
It's in his behavior. It's in the way that
this is because he's based on Griffith.
Oh, okay, yeah. That actually squared that circle pretty fast. Actually did that pretty quick.
It's because he's based on Griffith, and Cloud is clearly inspired by Guts, right? They don't look anything alike, but it's clearly a Griffith Guts situation, and Griffith is clearly in love with Guts because Griffith is based on two characters. Griffith is based on Elric from the Elric cycle, because that Elric was incredibly influential in Japan, right? Incredibly influential. One of the three most influential works of fantasy fiction in Japan, right? Which are, by the way, Elric. Fuck, I forget one of them right now. I'm sorry, I'll remember it eventually, I'm sure. But another one is Advanced Dungeons and Dragons because of its influence on, Lodos, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
And the other character that Sephiroth is based on is Satan from Devilman.
Oh, yep.
And it's very obvious if you've ever seen Devilman, but of course, Final Fantasy VII fans haven't experienced any media that predates Final Fantasy VII, as far as I know. So,
my brother is a deeply Final Fantasy VII pilled guy, and I think it would actually be more accurate to say that he hasn't experienced any media after Final Fantasy VII.
That's fair enough, right? That's fair enough. Yeah. I always feel bad that Final Fantasy IX just isn't as popular as it should be. It's a really good story.
It's and yes, Eugene. We actually it's on my YouTube channel. It's one of the few ones that one of the few VODs I actually did a decent job of uploading on YouTube, and it's one of my favorite discussions ever. I had when I was doing my book chats regularly, I had my beloved friend Inari Reiju on here, and she's Japanese. She's a Japanese woman who is highly educated, has a master's in Hawaiian studies, and that's her third language is Hawaiian. And she and I had a discussion about Japanese feminism, and because we read the book Kitchen by Banana Yoshimoto, and it's Japanese feminism is a somewhat different beast. It's sometimes I think people get a little bit essentializing about it, because like a
Yes.
lot of the reason why it's different is, I think, something that's really straightforward, which is that a huge percentage of American feminism is grounded in legal reform specific to the United States and the United States Constitution.
Yes.
So why would a country that has a different legal system and a different constitution have the same fights
Yes.
and concepts? Like, so
Especially first wave feminism, i.e. the
Oh, yeah,
original feminism,
yeah,
was very my grandmother's generation, right?
yeah,
Very much about like, hey, we are people who should have rights and, you know, bank accounts and independence so that we can contribute to the economy and be Americans, right? That was kind of like a lot of it, right?
yeah, yeah. It's there's a lot of that, and you know, the discriminations that you face are going to be different, and some of it's going to even just be like it's simple stuff that world at the level of language. If you're at all familiar with second wave feminist works, the questions around how language is actually used in practice is a big topic, right? It's a big
Yes,
topic.
I am familiar with this through my area of expertise, in fact.
Of course, yeah. And so one that I remember was an analysis by a comedian, a female comedian, just how hard it was in her time, and this was in the 70s, to construct a comedy set where you didn't denigrate women at some point. Just like the structure and the memes that were available to people and the touchstones that people had. Because when you're doing comedy, right, you're doing setup and punchline. And you're really relying, this is a lot of where the cultural specificity of jokes comes from, is like you are relying on people's cultural familiarity to do part of the setup for you.
Yep.
And this means that it's just really, she just found it like really hard, even as a person who thought it was awful. This was a criticism that she had of the English language, that it was just, the language was this funnel that just like slipped downward towards saying misogynistic things in a comedic context. And this is, you know, Japan has a different relationship with gender and words and different gender stereotypes.
It should be noted, though, that definitely the homoerotic thing, that's definitely true. There was very mainstream art in like the Meiji Restoration period and so on. That was like specifically homoerotic art of men. Right? Yeah. There was like an entire genre of woodblock carving.
Yeah.
That was about carving homoerotic scenes, right?
Yeah.
It was basically just pornography that was incredibly mainstream.
I can believe that. I can believe that.
It was a little bit like tee-hee, but it's like tee-hee like a bodice ripper.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Well, this is the way I think it is fair to say that Americans for the last, hello the Jess effect, Americans for the last couple of generations have been, American men have been extremely obsessed with excising any implication that they might be gay.
Yeah.
And it's a never-ending ratchet, right? It's
because a man can be anything except what a woman is.
Yep. And the way that
the idea,
and it's this kind of horrifying ratchet effect where you have to be less gay than average.
Yes.
Which means that there's an infinite degree of ability to be less gay. And like that's now the expectation, is that like everybody has to be below average or above average, is a situation that is intrinsically going to create psychosis.
You're basically, like many things in American culture and American politics, you're creating a black and white binary.
Yeah, you're creating this black and white binary.
Because it's so easy, guys. It's so easy. You just have to be this and not this.
And then 6 months later, no, this is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough every single time, and it's infinite. It's horrible. You're trapped.
Yeah.
But I always kind of want to like, yes, Christianity and the Christianity of our culture has a huge effect on this, but I do always kind of want to like get away from like, I do kind of want to complicate the essentializing element of that.
Of course, I'm actually only thinking of this in terms of specific sexual morals. That are different between Shintoism and Christianity.
Well,
right?
what I was going to bring
American Christianity.
What I was going to bring up is like we have medieval aristocrats, even kings, who everybody knew were gay, and talked about them as gay, and it wasn't as uniformly demonized as you might think.
Oh no, yeah.
Because the important part from a medieval aristocrat standpoint is that you know whose son is whose for inheritance purposes, because the alternative to knowing is civil wars. So they're really obsessed with that. They're really, really obsessed with that.
They're very obsessed with heritage, but not so much with sexual proclivity.
Yeah, so the one I'm thinking of, I think it was John. He got in a lot of hot water, not strictly because he was gay. Like, he was criticized for his behavior around this, but it wasn't because he was having sex with a man. That wasn't like the only reason. That wasn't like the fundamental reason. The fundamental reason was the specific guy he was having sex with. He couldn't stop giving him offices that he wasn't capable of performing at.
Yeah.
he just kept on giving him like every single noble title and pissing everybody off, because an important part of running a country under this kind of aristocratic feudalism is making sure that you spread around the goods in a way that everybody agrees is like the reasonable way to do things. So yes, you give your favorite guy favors, but you have to be regularly rewarding people who are loyal and show up and are already powerful in your kingdom.
Or they're going to get really upset. And
or they're
going to
get really
be
upset.
A little thing.
Yeah,
there's going to be a thing that occurs after they get upset.
Yes.
And you're not going to like it very much.
Yes.
No, but see, so in regards to the Christianity thing, right? I do not deny in any way that it's much more complicated in terms of like the breadth of the history of Christianity, especially if you go back to like really early Christianity, right? Christianity, like the Bible doesn't actually say all that much. It doesn't have all that much to say about homosexuality, just in general. Mostly just the things that the Romans did being bad, right?
Yeah. Which is an interesting like dance itself, right? Because the like the way that because this was Romans, like this was Romans criticizing Rome to Romans for Roman purposes.
Yes.
And this was because we're so much like we are actually finally being more civilized than our ancestors were, right? Like this is this is what's going on there. We are a few minutes out from ads, but I heard a yawn.
Yes, I was going to say I will probably have to step out after the next ad break.
Well, the next ad break is happening in the next couple of minutes. Thank you very much, Mikks, for showing up. I'm going to give the shout out to MikksUAV.
No problem.
And also good night to you, Matthew, the Rice Seeker. Yes, it is late o'clock for you. I will probably keep going for a little bit because it's only 3 hours for me, which feels like a short stream, especially when I'm going to not stream the rest of the week. So I'll probably keep going. When we get back, I will do calligraphy or just keep talking or I don't know, play Deep Rock Survivors.
Yeah. Do I still have a moment? Or
yes, go. Okay. What do you got?
I basically just wanted to say that what I was specifically thinking about in terms of Christianity and its history, right? Is for the benefit of those in chat who are talking about this, that it was specifically the Puritans who kind of came over to America. The ones who really didn't like any sort of progressive element or sort of sexual progressiveness in Christianity. So that plays a factor into specifically the American view of homosexuality, right?
Yeah.
And why this is such a fucking sticking issue in this country and has been for so long. We're not the only country where it's been a problem, but it's one of the big reasons.
It's a big one.
So,
it's a big one. The
morals themselves get transferred to non-Christians as well, who live in this country, because the Christians control the narrative in this country entirely. So, it's changing, but we'll see, right? I would love to talk about this again sometime, but I don't want to cut into your ad break. So
it's okay. And we, I did check it. It was Richard. It was Richard the Third. Richard second. Anyway. All right. Ads are coming. I love you all. I need to use the bathroom very badly. We'll be back, and we'll be mixless. We'll be unmixed when we get back. All right. We'll be back. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Zanjo. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Apologies. I must apologize also for Miks's lie that saying that I am more interesting without him. I do not think this is true at all. I think I am... I think I am perfectly pleasant talking with people. I think this is what people like. Let me just change the stream title. And now I don't know what to do with myself. Now I do not know what to do with myself. As ever, right, folks? As ever, I am a hideously indecisive person. I'm a very, very indecisive person. I can tell you that if I were just on my own and I didn't have anything I was needing to do, what I'd probably do is I'd probably play Deep Rock Survivors. Because it was on sale, so I picked it up the other day, so I've been playing it a bunch on my own. And so that is one concept I have, is that, you know, I tend to say if I'm thinking about doing something once I get off of stream, I'm really looking forward to it, I may as well just do it on stream. So that is the argument there, because I need to do something with my hands, right? I need to do something with my hands. I could try to scare up another guest. And or I could do I could do some calligraphy, which I know is what I said I would do on the schedule. So there's an impetus to do that. There's an impetus to go ahead and do some of that. Okay, hold on just a second. I was just taking a look around at some things. Okay. So that is kind of where my mind is at. As mentioned, I was kind of amused before this thinking about mechs, and it's me and Mikks could have probably kept talking about mechs for basically forever. And like I said, I've got this fascination with these, I should say preference. I have this preference towards much harsher looking mechs, towards mechs that really, I can kind of tell that they were designed to kill you. And this is a fixation I kind of have that goes into other parts of fiction. This is a fixation that I've had for a while. And let me pull up what I'm talking about, which is, there we go, wallpaper sized even. Interesting. This is a particularly shitty one. I might literally need to find a better one. 'Cause that looks... Oh. So what I'm looking for is a picture of a Star Destroyer. Right, from Star Wars. Oh my goodness, these are terrible. Let me just get bent. Give me a good one. How in the world are these also terrible? Okay. Okay, that's been the best one so far. So let me go grab a window capture. That should be it. So, what has driven me nuts is this is a Star Destroyer. They're designed to look menacing, right? These things are designed to look menacing and threatening. Actually, I may as well go over to this guy and... If I'm doing this, what has driven me kind of nuts is... What's the main weapon on this? What's the main weapon on this? Yeah, can you identify them? Can you see them on here? Can you see the turbo laser battery on here? Oh, that's a render. Come on, I want the original. Hold on. Da, 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 da. So here, let me grab a. So yeah, I can't identify them, right? That's my point. I can't. You know them from Rogue Leader. There's 4 or 5 emplacements on the dorsal. Yeah, they're circles with large guns in the middle. Okay, so here's a comparison, right? So here's the comparison point. What's the main gun on this? What is the and I bring this up because if you are making a it's the 14-inch guns. It's the 14-inch super firing triple batteries. They're huge. Warships historically, it's more of a thing with warships, but it extends to my logic with mechs and tanks and other things. Warships are historically 90% of a warship is taken up by some combination of the propulsion systems and the main weapon. This is true of battleships, of an Iowa class battleship. Those gun batteries extend down for like 4 stories into the ship. This thing is basically an engine and guns, and all of the things like crew and food and communications are just kind of stuffed wherever they can to get around it, because the entire purpose of an Iowa class battleship is to get these guns into battle. And this is also true of a sailing ship, right? Of an Age of Sail sailing ship, of a ship of the line. I just find this one particularly striking. But let me see if I can find one. That's actually not a bad image. It's very modern. It's not like a classical image, but it's very modern. But like here's another one, right? Where are the guns? The guns are here. What is the propulsion system? This is the propulsion system. This ship is almost entirely weapons and propulsion. That's the thing about warships, is that a warship is going to be basically weapons and however it gets to battle. Let me see if I can find my last funny one. Let's go for a funny one. Why are they all taking these photos from the back? Yes. This is a specific named ship. We have a specific named ship on our hands. This is the Olympias. Yep, Wande has it. Yeah, this is and this is the Olympias. This is a modern trireme. The propulsion systems. How do you get to battle? Sails for long range, and then once you're in close, oars, and then here's your weapon up here, and this is the ship. This is the ship. What the hell is happening here? What the hell is happening here? Yep, oars. Yeah, no. The triremes relied very heavily on oars. Greek sailing was very limited in maneuverability. They really just kind of had to rely on prevailing winds. Yeah, triremes are awesome. Yeah, they are. They're primarily ore driven, and the way that you fight with a trireme, which later innovations when they got to like quinquiremes and stuff like that. But triremes were you'd try to ram other ships on the side. That was the method of warfare. Was you tried to ram other ships from the side, and that means you need to be maneuverable. You need to be agile. A good hello Gorath. A good ship, a good warship in the Greek sense is a highly maneuverable one. And so this is it's so frustrating that I'm so bad at puns when I've got a name that's so good for puns. I'm shocked whenever somebody comes up with a good Almantas pun, and I'm just like, oh man, I can't think of those at all. But yeah, so this is what kind of drives me nuts about Star Destroyers. Once I learned this, I've been driven slightly nuts. A Star Destroyer is like 15% propulsion on the back, which we can't see in this photo, because I grabbed a front photo for a reason. And then like, I think I did the calculations, and it's 2% by volume, its main weapon system. Whereas again, for a trireme is like... Triremes are particularly lean, right? A trireme is especially lean because triremes don't have long-range capabilities. Triremes like are coastal hoppers. Triremes are very, very short-range ships. But this thing, it's just, it's not really a weapon of war. And if it was supposed to be like a converted, well, this is the other thing about it, right? So Wande, that's like a Star Destroyer has, it's got the turbo laser batteries, and then it's also got an entire complement of fighters, and then it's got an entire landing complement, and then it also has enough supplies to keep 40,000 men in the field for over 2 years of operations. In a universe where you can go from one end of the galaxy to the other end of the galaxy in like hours, according to the lore Bible of Empire Strikes Back. I'm getting really nerdy here. And I'm just talking mostly from the question of visual design, right? One day, this is where I'm actually coming from. Is this window of visual design and like my own aesthetic preferences and what I want to look at. I've grown not to like this one. I've grown not to like the Star Destroyer as I've gotten older. I think it should be more obvious what the weapons are. I think the weapons should be more obvious and forward in the design. And I think the fact that they're not is actually not necessarily a problem. Is not actually, like, strictly speaking going to be a problem. I was thinking more like a merchantman. This looks to me, and like the way that it's laid out and like the complement of resources that it actually has, it's more like a hastily converted merchant vessel. Yeah. Yeah, the Venator looks cooler. Yeah. The Venator's cooler. It looks... Well, what it's designed to look like is it's designed to look like a dagger. That's the actual design. The actual design is they started with a dagger and then went from there. Which is understandable from, like what they were doing on Star Wars. I just kind of... Again, like my own aesthetics, right? My own aesthetics, where I prefer that it be... like, I want my weapons of war to look like they can really fucking kill you, right? Like they can really fucking kill you. And like that's what they're here to do. You know, I don't really know too many spaceships that I really love the designs on. Let me think. There might be something from... What's that game? Sword of the Stars doesn't have particularly good ones. Photosaur says okay ones. 40k Imperial ones are actually pretty good. That's actually true. That's actually true. Hold on. And here was one that I really liked. Was one of my favorites. Let's see if I can. Nope, not that one. No, it's the Battlefleet Gothic one, not the tabletop one. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is an Eldari Hemlock. This is an Eldari Hemlock. What do you think the main weapon is on an Eldari Hemlock? What do you think is the gun on this thing? I actually don't remember what the Orville looks like. Yeah, this thing is just designed to deliver gun. This thing is just a gun. This is a gun that's well, why is it impractical? It's the absolute minimum. Well, it's built-in space. This is definitely built-in space. This is definitely a built-in space thing. I don't actually remember what the Orville itself looks like. I remember like what the interior of it looks like, but I don't remember what the ship itself looks like. So the Orville, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the Orville is not a warship, right? Yeah, this is gun plus. This is very much gun plus propulsion. The other Eldari ships have less purity of purpose to it, though I do like I do like the Imperial ships. The Imperial ships are kind of chaos. I do think that they're designed for a stupid doctrine of warfare. But I do appreciate that you can tell what that doctrine of warfare is at a glance. Let me grab it. Yeah, I thought the Orville was designed to be like is less of a warship than any other Star Trek main ship, so it's like not a warship at all because the Enterprise is not a warship. The Enterprise is not a warship. The Enterprise is a exploration vessel. Yeah, it's an exploration vessel, different logic. Exploration vessels have a completely different logic as far as I'm concerned. I think the Orville kind of looks like they just kind of played around with a 3D modeler and possibly started with a very 60s chair. But it looks like somebody said a desk ornament or a wind chime. You could tell me that like that's an efficient way to lay out sensors or something like that. I don't know. I'd believe you. I don't have a good contradiction on that. This is a question about designing weapons of war, right? And so here's 40k Imperial ships. I don't know exactly which ones these are off the top of my head. I think they might just be standard cruisers. Let me see if I can tell what that is. I don't know. I don't actually know how much I care. I think it might just be a V1. I don't really care that much. Whoops, you shouldn't be able to see this. That was the wrong tab. But anyway, this is what's Lunar class maybe? I don't know. I didn't play Imperials in 40k. I only played a little bit of BFG. I really liked BFG, but I played Eldar. Yeah, the pre-dreadnoughts with rams. The design of this ship is that there's a ramming prow. You can see the ramming prow. The doctrine of battle for these ships is that they will ram into you, and then here's the main battery. Is that they are going to crash into your line of ships and then fire on broadsides. Right? They're going to infiltrate your line and then fire broadsides. I think this is stupid. As I said, I think this is just a bad plan. But I think the Imperials are very bad at warfare, so I think that's actually fine. Yeah, there's torpedo tubes on the ram to, like... and these are spaceships. These are spaceships. these are spaceships. These are not for. These would not go into the ocean at all. These would not go into atmosphere. I think if they got too close to a planet, they would just crumble. They would just fall apart completely because they're just too big. They're not structurally designed for that at all. But yeah, like the battle plan is like they're going to ram you with that big fancy golden ram on the front. There's torpedoes. They're going to throw torpedoes at you, follow up the torpedoes by ramming, and then shoot out either side of you. And again, I think this is a stupid plan for a bunch of reasons, but it's a plan and it's visually communicated. That's the important part to me. I'm just talking about like the visual communications. Yeah, like you can see the weapons and you can see the propulsion systems here. The propulsion systems are quite large. There's obviously some greebling that is either supposed to be understood as communications or for ceremonial purposes. Because this is the Imperium, right? The Imperium does include ritual purposes on all of their weapons that they bring into battle, which is fine. I think that's fine in general. But it's, like I said, I think it's visually, I think it works very well for me visually. I think it's very visually arresting, even if I think it's a bad plan. But yeah, this is, and they do look like you could shove them into. Yeah, because like these are Battlefleet Gothic is not really about spaceships, right? This is the thing that this is the thing that happens with a lot of sci-fi where it's they didn't put a lot of thought into the sci-fi conceit, which is like I think generally forgivable. It's just kind of worth keeping in mind. Like mech warrior mechs are just tanks. Like they're just tanks. Like they are designed on Cold War tank design principles. They are just tanks. They're just tanks that are slightly upped-gunned. They're not special on that front. There's very little that they're getting done with the mech component of them. Other than the fact that kicking is very powerful in Mech Warrior, which is in the BattleTech games, which is very funny. And so Battlefleet Gothic is a 16th century Navy game, right? That's what it's really about. It's about Age of Sail naval combat, and that's what they're thinking about. That's what they're building on, and this is again why they've got this importance on broadsides. Like these are designed to be thought about in these naval terms. These are not designed to be thought about in like space terms, in three-dimensional space. These are designed with the constraints. I can't remember the Homeworld ships, man. I haven't played Homeworld since it was released. I haven't played Homeworld since it was released. Most of my knowledge of Homeworld at this point is from the Noah Caldwell-Gervais video about it. I remember that way better. I can rate the endless spaceships. Those ones I have enough familiarity with that I could possibly do that. And my endless space ratings are actually kind of straightforward, which is I don't like the Horatio ships very much, and I want to like the Riftborn ships, but I actually hate playing with them in practice. And I think pretty much every other ship category is lovely. Sponson guns, yeah. Sponson guns give you, they give you a little bit of flexibility, right? They give you a little bit of flexibility independent of your axis of movement. Independent of your axis of movement. Enjoyed Homeworld 2 until you learned you couldn't take over enemy production ships. R.I.P. R.I.P. Is that an angry Mimi? Heck yeah. Love Mimi. Heck yeah, what a lady. I do really like that the twist in Deserts of Karak is that the evil, crazy fanatics are just right. The villains of Homeworld of Deserts of Karak are just correct. They're just accurate in their description of the world. They're right. So many things could have been avoided. How's a spin-off expansion for Homeworld 1? Oof. Yeah, I haven't played... I don't think I ever beat it. I don't even think I ever beat the Homeworld games. So I played them like years and years ago when I was way less likely to complete a game. I think Homeworld might stress me out to death if I tried to play it because of the part where you just have the one fleet that you just keep and you have like the persistent fleet across the entire campaign. I think that would stress me out to death. I think I would just fail. I think I would just get so worried about optimizing and perfecting and never losing a ship ever. Yeah, exactly. The religious zealots against technology are actually right. And I think it's actually really good storytelling that it's not like a gotcha. That like you, as the player, know that in advance. Like you boot up Deserts of Karak and you know before anything else happens that that like these people are correct, right? Like you know that the people that you are fighting on behalf of, who are like fighting for progress and technology and stuff, are like going to get everybody killed, right? That like they're going to get everybody killed. That's true. That's true. But yeah, it is I think it's interesting. And I think it's good that they told it in that order where like you already know before that, like, because Deserts of Karak is a prequel, you already know in advance that it's like a good use of prequel. It's a good use of prequelness, right? That prequels are oftentimes just kind of used as like a lore delivery vehicle, which is not great, right? Yep, still got nuked. No. It's the law, the prescription. The prescription against them is unjust. It's fundamentally unjust, and that's just part of that. That's just like part of the price that everyone in the universe is willing to pay to punish the sins of the fathers forever and ever and ever and ever. And I mean, they certainly can be used for that. I don't know if it's like the only use for them. I just find that using prequels as a pure lore delivery vehicle is deeply uninteresting. I just don't think that that's like a good use of people's time or assets. I think that that's boring, right? I think that that's not very cool. I think that is just not a very, very cool like way of doing things, in no small part because I kind of don't give a crap. Like it's we sided with the parasitic hyper monsters, but they promised Ito's last, which is goofy, right? Which is goofy. I may as well, like, I was talking about this with Mikks earlier, so I'm just like talking more about my aesthetic preferences on this. This is like the first mech that I encountered. And specifically, it was actually, yeah, MechWarrior 3050. MechWarrior 3050. Let's see if I can get a good box art of it. It was not the one on the MechWarrior 2 box art that was the one that I first encountered. It was the 3050 one. This Mad Cat. This was my first encounter with like a mech. This is like what got burned into my brain as like what a mech should look like. Is this thing. Like this is like the mech that I imprinted on as like my definition of a mech. Maybe I should go back and play this game. I wonder if it's any good. I wonder if this thing's any good as a game. It's basically like those desert copter games where you're just like going around blowing up stuff. Uh, SNES. No, an NES can't pull this off. No way, an NES cannot pull off this level of graphics. No, this is 16-bit. This is 16-bit, baby. I mean, I've played Brigador. I like Brigador a lot, despite the fact that one of the creators is an absolute shithead. But Brigador's are great. Nuclear Strike. Yeah, Nuclear Strike's one of them. Yeah. Putting up physically impossible resistance. Yeah. Well, BattleTech is a frequently frustrating setting to me. Because like they are willing to fight so hard to try and make everything about tanks running into each other and shooting each other with different types of guns. And so one of the things that I ran into very quickly when I was talking to BattleTech guys, and was like a major reason why I kind of just like don't hang out with BattleTech guys. I have one friend who's into BattleTech, and he like tries to get me into his campaign sometimes. Like, I don't really want to hang out around other BattleTech guys, man. Like, you're my friend, but like I don't want to hang out with the rest of them. How does detection work? How do you know that you are fighting another mech? And the reality is that it is a tabletop war game, right? You were talking about a tabletop top-down war game, and actually developing really complicated rules for line of sight and cover and concealment was something that the designers didn't want to do, so mechs can just see each other. There might be obstacles in the way that prevent you from shooting a mech, but they just know where each other are. There's not any attempt to simulate like you don't know where the opposing mechs are, because that's just really hard to do. That's just a real pain in the neck. And so the answer to that is, so like you can just, that's like the non-lore answer. The lore answer is that mech warriors have a component of their internal superstructure which cannot be concealed from radar, right? Like you can always see this thing, no matter what it's through. You can see a mech warrior's, you can see a mech superstructure through walls, through mountains, etc., etc. You know, it's like neutrino level penetration. You know, they've made mech warriors out of the only thing in the world that reflects neutrinos reliably, or something like that. And okay, but then like you should be able to make chaff grenades out of that, right? Like, it would be terrible for the tabletop game, but for like writing books about it, or even making video games, like you should be able, if you've got something that like you can tell where a mech is through a, you know, through a mountain. You're out of points to make me work out. That's fair. Thank you for spending your points down. Yeah, you should be able to make decoys too. You should be able to make decoys. You should be able to make chaff grenades. You should be able to stealth it. This was really my question, right? Was like, you should be able to figure out ways to conceal a mech. Yeah, exactly. And if they're just structural elements, Scaldy, like, there's no way they're the most expensive component. Like, there's just no way that's the most expensive component. You know, just you could absolutely, this is how a chaff grenade works, and you could absolutely do that, and it would absolutely cause problems. And I've just been told, like, no, fuck off. No, you're not allowed, and not, like, there's, like, some lore reason why you're not allowed to do it. It's not like nobody thought about it. Yeah, workout should, actually, you're right. Workout is disabled because I disable, thank you for the reminder. I disable those, I disable those because of the Alex collab. They're enabled now. I disabled them for the Alex collab. That's why. I've been told that it's just like not legal. I have been told several times, Ryan, that it's just not legal, and that makes way more sense to me if that's like a thing. All right. I'm going to do push-ups. So give me a second here to get my footing. Right. Pseudo plunge push-ups. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. A little bit out of shape. Oh, I did sleep horribly, so not too terribly surprising there. Yeah, I slept horribly and I didn't eat very much today, so I'm a little. No, I need the exercise. And I got 10 minutes before the next one is even available, so. Ton of stories in the Clanner invasion. Yeah, like why not? And like that feels like exactly the sort of thing that you should do against the clans. Because the clans are exactly the type of nerds who wouldn't think about it. Because the clanners are extremely stupid. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure that people have made it since then. I know that in the initial one they didn't because it's annoying, yeah. I mean, Infinity has rule sets for vision and concealed troopers and airdrop troopers and troopers that are pretending to be other things and decoys. And it's actually not that bad in practice, but also the Infinity rule set is just better written than the Battletech rule set. Sorry. This is not actually that damning. The Infinity rule set's actually really good, so it's not too much of a dishonor to have a worse rule set than Infinity. Infinity's rules are great. I'm just gonna look up some Infinity models because I like them a lot. I haven't bought any, and I might put some of them on Throne at some point when I'm feeling like I need more models to paint. Oh, come on, where's the... I'm trying to go to the storefront for you guys. How is it hard to find the storefront? How is it complicated to find the storefront for a company? That's crazy. Yeah, these are mediocre. Affinities, miniatures. I want Hawk Islam. Hawk Islam are almost all my favorite units. Yeah, that's a digger. I don't really care about them as much. Oh, last time I checked, they didn't have the Shikush. Oh, so me and Mikks have a kind of complicated. We were talking earlier when Mikks was on. It was kind of the first thing I started on. I just kind of want to elaborate more on it now. That's just me. I have an aesthetic preference about mechs, and this is and about like things in like war settings and military settings, like military tech and war machines, where I want them to look kind of inhuman. And Timberwolves don't look superhuman in the same way that like a Gundam does. This is why I kind of have a preference against the Gundam Zaku. I think the Gundam Zaku is kind of lame looking, and this is like the origin of my aesthetic preference. I am talking about the origin of my aesthetic preference. I think the Gundam Zaku looks too friendly and human for what it is. And part of this is because like the Timberwolf is my introduction to mechs. The Timberwolf is like where I start on mechs. I started with the Timberwolf first mech I ever knew. The first mech series I really fell in love with was Armored Core, original series. And the Armored Core mechs are often very inhuman and awkward looking, and I really like it. I really like it. I really have an affection for these very inhuman style mechs. Yeah. This is a more, not this one. This is more modern, right? This one's more modern, which I still think is pretty cool looking. Which I do still think is pretty cool looking, but I was just kind of going like, what's the first one like I really like saw and imprinted on? I do kind of like the noodle arms, to be honest. The noodle arms kind of make it feel more like, because the noodle arms, what they make me think about is aircraft mount points. They feel like aircraft mount points to me. That's actually something I kind of like. I kind of wish more of the Mech Warrior mechs had the noodle arms, because I feel like these are, I feel like Mech Warriors are very, I feel like Battletech in general is very Cold War. And I think that things that evoke more of those Cold War feelings are good design choices. I think that those are good design choices. And I'm actually going to pull up my favorite model in Infinity. This is actually my favorite single miniature in the world. That's crunchy looking right there on screen. This is my favorite single miniature in wargaming. I don't know if I'll ever get around to getting one of these, but I love this thing. I love this thing. The Magariba. The Magariba Guard. I love it. The crazy little scorpion tank. I think it's amazing. I think it rocks. I love how anti-human it is, right? I love how hostile and strange it is. I love the Maga. I love the Maggie. Maggie just sings to me. Of like all of the miniatures I've seen in my entire life, the Maggie sings to me. It's, yeah, it does. It does. It's a goofy little shit. It's a goofy little shit. It does not like you. It should really remind you of Tachikoma. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were deliberately doing that on purpose. I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. Was to make them look like Tachikomas. I think that was very, very deliberate. Yeah, I think that was very, very deliberate. And I like it a lot. I like it a lot. For precisely that reason. I like the Tachikomas, right? Right. No, the Infinity guys are doing a lot of anime references. The Infinity guys are absolute weebs. It's undeniable that these guys are weeaboos. These guys are, it's a bunch of Spanish weebs who made the Infinity setting. They made a phenomenal rule set. I love the Infinity rules. I love the Infinity rules, but they are absolutely weebs. They are absolutely weebs. Hold on, let me bring up the worst offender for this. These guys are so funny. This is so funny. I love these guys. Yes, he's the one with the Scottish werewolves. It's the one with the Scottish werewolf. Yes, yes. Look at the big baggy samurai pants. Totally don't pay attention to the samurai mech suit, the power armored samurai. These are I'm just talking about like mechs and models that I like a lot right now. This is from Infinity. This is the Japanese separatist army from Infinity. It's actually really funny that these guys were not a major faction until very recently. These are only a major faction now. And they've been like a major driver of sales for years. For years, people get into the game because of the Japanese separatist army. And they were just like a minor faction for the longest time. and they finally became a major faction because it's like, okay, if these guys are like if these guys are outselling almost every major faction by themselves as a minor faction, I give up. I give up. We gotta make them into a major. We gotta make them into a major. Is Nagaruni still up? Because Nagi's got opinions on this stuff. Nagi likes the combined army. Oh, hold up. I think I actually... I did not mean to pin that. I did not mean to pin that. I was just trying to click on a window. Yeah, you absolutely can. You absolutely can, Ryan. No problem at all. I'm just trying to look around. I'm just trying to find out what the Scottish werewolves are, because I forgot what they're called. Just literally forgot what they're called. Yeah, there he is. There he is. I would post it in I found this or Galleria Personnel, depending on what it is. Did you make it yourself, or is it just a picture of something? I don't know, because I find it very easy to talk, Blue. I find it very, very easy to talk. I find it very, very easy to talk. I'm gonna make a poll. I'm gonna make a poll. Picture of infantry from BattleTech. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, the Japanese Scottish commandos. Somebody did ask about the Scottish werewolves. Here's the Scottish werewolf. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make the poll first, and then I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, McMurra. He's like a faction-definingly powerful unit too. That's a really good point, Blue. Kilts are actually really comfortable to wear. They're not like the most convenient to put on. Grand kilts, that is. I've not worn like a well-made kilt. I've only worn like I've only worn like a grand kilt, which is like you have to fold it yourself, and it's like not the most convenient, but it is very cheap and it's very, very comfortable. Yep. For fashion, for modesty. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up for 5 minutes, and I am now afraid because I just remembered what the BattleTech infantry is like. Oh yeah. The Japanese the House Kurita are so goofy. House Kurita are so goofy. I do kind of like these. Helmets are important for infantry. I actually kind of like that they have not fallen into a common trap for making modern infantry. Like, so pauldrons, right? So I may as well pull this up. Open link. Oh, these are Capellans. Oh, okay, cool. No, these are Capellans. Okay, no wonder they don't look even stupider, because like the Kurita ones look even dumber, right? These are Capellans. That makes sense. I actually kind of like the Capellans. And also a kilt would protect you from burns. It would protect you from burns. But yeah, a thing that's kind of interesting, right, is that you need like if you're wearing armor for worrying about somebody hitting you with a sword, you need to have really, really good shoulder armor. But if you're worried about getting shot, right? If your concern is that somebody's going to shoot you, you usually don't need that much shoulder armor. Not because you can't get shot in the shoulder, but because you can get shot anywhere. And you need to prioritize the areas that are both the most likely to get hit and the ones that are the most deadly to get hit in. And also importantly, you are going to make a choice about weight with armor. Armor is always a trade-off of weight versus protection. And because the shoulders are not at the center of your mass and they are not carrying any vital organs, they are not as essential for protecting as your stomach and chest. So like, and also shoulder armor is more restrictive than an armor plate over your stomach, right? You are worried about restrictions, not just weight. You're worried about movement restrictions. So pauldrons, big fancy complicated pauldrons, if somebody is hitting you with swords and hammers, you really want big fancy pauldrons. That's where you want those big thick medieval pauldrons, those late medieval pauldrons, or the way that the Romans do it, right? If you've been watching my Roman model painting, they've got the doubled up chainmail on those parts. They put on a second chainmail layer over that area for this reason. But if you're worried about guns, you really want to protect the center. You really got to protect the center. But helmets are still very important because of shrapnel. Pauldrons are, well, sometimes they're cool looking, sometimes they look very stupid. Anyway, I'm going to put those on the fan art, and I'll put those into ads, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. I am back. I am back. I am back. I am sorry I missed the raid coming in. I feel very silly. I feel very silly. Welcome in, Serious Historia. Hold on. Serious Historia. There we go. Serious Historia. I apologize for getting your name incorrect. And I apologize for not being here when you raided in. I was using the bathroom and I had a little bit of a snack break. Hold on. I came back and quite a few people were... let me give this shout out at Serious. But yes, hello, pickled_brains, hello, Serious Historia. Oh, you're doing EU4, okay. Okay. I am Almantas, former professor of sociology. Currently, I am a VTuber. I'm an old man who does old things. I like to do lots of calligraphy. I do lots of calligraphy, and I do lots of just chatting streams. I do lots of zatsus. I do play the old game from time to time. And today I had my friend Mikks on, and we were discussing mech aesthetics. So I have been discussing a little bit of my aesthetic preferences in sci-fi designs, right? I've been talking about some of the things that I like, some of the things I like less than others. I mostly find this kind of amusing because as far as I know, I have a pretty unpopular taste in these things where my my preference is towards relatively inhuman mechs when it comes to mechs. The first mech I ever saw, I may as well go back because you're engaged on this one. This was the first mech I ever saw, which is the SNES Mech Warrior game, Mech Warrior 3050 for the SNES, and it is this is an old school Timberwolf or Mad Cat, because I actually prefer the Inner Sphere, so I called it Mad Cat. Like, this really kind of cemented in my brain that mechs should look kind of like human hostile. They should look kind of inhuman and human hostile. And then the mech game that I really got into was Armored Core 1. I am an Armored Core 1 enjoyer. I have replayed Armored Core 1 like 4 times in the last calendar year. Later, after Armored Core 3, I don't care. I should say after Silent Line, I don't care. Like I said, I'm old. And so these like kind of like inhuman hostile designs I like quite a bit. Whereas I think most people prefer the Zaku, the Gundam. And I find it a less enchanting design. Are you familiar with Cyberstorm from Sierra? I am not. I've never heard of it. Yeah, I find the Zaku too friendly for what it is. Which, the older I get, the more I feel like it's like a bit driven by the limitations of what they had at the time in terms of drawing. Like, I like the gun tank, but the original gun tank looks really goofy. The original gun tank looks like it's very flat, and I don't remember the mechs from Promare. I remember not liking Promare as a movie. I remember not enjoying my time watching it. I thought Promare was boring. I am sorry to say. Oh, I do like 86. Scaldy's on a similar page as me. I am looking at Cyberstorm. This is neat. These are neat looking. Yeah, I forgot there were mechs in Promare. Yeah. 86 I love as a series. 86 is one of the few things where I liked it so much I actually went and read the books. Because, like, they only have so much anime. Top-down, turn-based. Yep, it is very old school. Yeah, the light novels are... I will say that, like, the 86 anime is better than the light novels. Like, it's... And it's mostly a matter of, like... I'm almost always a book preferer. Like, 90% of the time, I'm a books guy. I'm very much the books enjoyer. Books are my preferred way of engaging with things. The thing is that in the move from the light novels to the anime, the books, the editors made like a really good editing pass on 86. The pacing is much better in the anime than it is in the books. They really did a good job on making like things get introduced and then develop and then get resolved, as opposed to like they're introduced and then they're resolved in like 5 seconds. Yeah, I've not gotten around to So I'm a Spider. So I am so far behind on things on like my weeb stuff. I am so anime being better than the original is a rarity. It's a real rarity, and I do think it happened in 86. I do think it happened in 86. I really like 86, and I definitely think it's very, very funny that the main character, when he finally gets to meet his hot goth girlfriend, he's like, stop being such a goth. It's like, dude, like, my god. You goofball. You absolute goofball. But yeah, 86 is really good. The Saga of Tanya the Evil, are the books like a lot better? It does appear that they are never going to keep the anime going, which makes me very sad. Because I think where the story goes is actually really cool. I think it actually does go in some very cool directions from where they are. That happens. That happens, Skull. It's not actually that unusual that the light novel's kind of the worst version of something. It's one of those things that's kind of amusing to me as a what do we call it? It's something that's kind of amusing to me as a Westerner. Oh, the manga and the light novel are better than the anime. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's pretty interesting. That's unusual. The anime only really falls with. Oh, okay. That can be limiting. That can be a good idea, right? That can be a good idea. Being rigidly single perspective can be really good for a story. Admittedly, like, my favorite story for the last couple of years is probably The Vegetarian, where it's like the exact opposite, where the main character you do not get to hear the main character's thoughts at all, right? Like, you don't get to, you don't get inside of her head. You get to see the effect that the main character has on everyone else around her. But The Vegetarian's also like outrageously, insanely good. So, you know, that's just how it'd be. That's just how it be. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. They change perspective, but we're only really in the head of the person whose perspective. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's pretty normal. That's pretty normal. I would say that's a pretty typical structure to how you handle multi-protagonist structure and how you handle a story. That makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, yeah, that's fine as far as I'm concerned. I think that's pretty normal. I would say, but God, I'm actually very, very disappointed that like I'm pretty like 99% chance 86 is never going to get any more anime adaptation because they really fixed a lot of pacing problems. The light novels have a big pacing problem. That's where I was going with this. Yes, that light novels in Japan have a reputation for being kind of trash, and as an American, it feels very abstract. Like it feels very nonsensical. And because like to me, like I don't understand what the distinction is between a light novel and like a short story or a novelette or a novella. Like these are all just like lengths to me, and I don't see why like a shorter novel would be less prestigious. And if anything, like in America, the trashy genre, the genre that people kind of regard with, that seems to be regarded with low opinion, is excessively long. Seems to be the one that's regarded as the low genre, is like the fantasy trilogy is where we as Americans are looking at them and being like, huh. Well, and what I notice about light novels, having now read not a lot of them, but a couple of them, is not so much like the physical cheapness of them, because I'm reading digital copies, so how would I notice? But they seem to have incredibly tight turnaround time. Like these are people who are writing like 100-page novels in the length of time that I usually spend on like a 5 to 10-page article. Like, it's like so fast. It is so fast. It is lightning speed. It is absolutely lightning speed, and I think that is the real defining feature of like how the genre kind of works, is that they're just so freaking fast. And that's kind of where I may as well actually grab the, if we're talking about 86 so friggin' much, I should have pulled up so if I could get the mechs from them, because these ones I do like. Oh, Emily, exalted Emily, what are you up to? Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, and I sometimes play some old games, but currently I am discussing my aesthetic preferences in violent fiction. And so I have left up here the Mad Cats, which is the first mech I ever saw, I think, in my life, or at least that I've really thought about. And so it's left an impression on me, right? It's left a real impression on me. It's what I think of as a mech. But yes, okay, you're doing Resident Evil 4. How is Resident Evil 4? And hello, Soranus, and hello, Romar _Kent 216. Hello, Romar. I'm sorry for being foolish with that. But yes, how are you? I hope the Resident Evil is well. It's been a blast. Okay. Resident Evil 4 seems to leave a profound effect on people. It seems to leave a strong effect on people. I haven't myself played it. I don't know if or when I will get around to it. Are you which control setup are you using for it? Because I've been told by people that which control setup you use for playing Resident Evil 4 has a radical effect on how it feels to you. that it really, really changes what it's like as an experience. And the one that I think about with that, the way I heard about it. Okay. So the specific thing I heard Exalted Emily was comparing Resident Evil 4 on a PlayStation to playing Resident Evil 4 in VR. Was the specific one. I thought this was actually a really interesting thing. This was Jacob Geller's thing about it. Is that they made a Resident Evil 4 VR, and it's using VR controls. And so here's the thing about VR controls is that you can just do everything while you're holding a shotgun. And you can just aim the shotgun like it's any other game. And you can just, for lots of things, you can pull out the shotgun and the pistol just like simultaneously very, very quickly. And so the game is completely different. The game feels completely different if using a weapon is smooth and fast and easy, compared to how it feels where in the original control schemes, using weapons is challenging, right? There's a lot of friction between you and pulling out a gun and using it. If there's very little friction between you and pulling out a gun and aiming at an enemy and getting a shot off, that changes the entire tenor of the game really dramatically. I thought that was interesting. I thought that was a really interesting set of insights. And, you know, leave it to Jacob Geller, right? Leave it to Jacob Geller to have incredibly interesting insights. Jacob Geller, what a man. What a man. And yeah, I don't know. I think about that. I think about that non-trivially because, like, me and Nagi were like on a tear last night. Me and Nagi were so mad last night. We were playing Elden Ring, and we were just so cranky about we were just so cranky the entire freaking time about the controls in particular. That you know, they fought us so much, and it was so, how much of the playing of Night Rain is defined by just like trying to get the lock-on system to lock on to what you're trying to lock onto. Yeah, I'm behind on the Geller videos. I'm behind on them, but I mean, he did a really, really good review of Kentucky Route Zero, which is like one of the best games ever. So, hell yeah for that. Hell yeah for that. Love a good Kentucky Route Zero. Love that game so much. But yes, obviously I wasn't. I hope that you weren't waiting for my permission on this one. But if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Please feel free to do so. Please do not worry on my account. And if you need to raid and run, because I know that I tend to raid out when I am tired and hungry, so please feel free to do so. If you do not wish to do so, then cool. I appreciate the follow. I appreciate you trusting your community with me. I appreciate you coming in. And yes, we're probably just going to keep on talking about some of these. Again, like I said, these are preferences. These are preferences of mine. I'm just kind of talking about stuff that I find neat. Yeah, grab some food. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've probably got another hour or two in me. Somewhere in that region. Something like that. And yeah. Yeah, like I said, I've got these preferences, right? Towards I want my war machines to look like war machines. I want them to be kind of distressing and unfriendly. I don't like when they're nice. I don't like it when this thing that's designed to kill people is nice. Not into it. Sorry, just taking a big old sip of water. there are just certain things I'm kind of a sucker for, and that's one of them. Oh my goodness! Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting Exalted Emily the sub. Exalted Emily, enjoy your dance and your chest pop. I actually kind of forget what the Titanfall mechs look like. I didn't really play Titanfall. Titanfall was sold to me as primarily a multiplayer, like a PvP experience. And I was not at that point in my life really doing a lot of PvP. Looking at these look cool as heck to me. These look cool as heck to me. They remind me a lot of Lancer mechs, and Lancer mechs are some of my favorites. Valtech, I'm gonna have to copy that because I can't, I don't have a keyboard that tolerates that. Yes. Oh, heck yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I like the goon. I like the goon. I like the goon. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is a good one. I'm gonna pull up some more mechs that I like. Let's see if let's be sloppy here for a second. I love this one. This is a mech from there's a whole cation? Cation? Based off of Titanfall? But yeah, the Blackbeard, I love the Blackbeard. The Blackbeard, it's really funny that the Blackbeard's the second mech in the entire book after the Everest. And like, I was reading through the rulebook in order because I'm a nerd, and I got to the Blackbeard and was just like, oh, I'm just like in love. Immediately, I'm in love with the Blackbeard. I love the Blackbeard. The Blackbeard's so cool. It's very much the kind of playstyle that I like in TTRPGs. Oh, faction! Oh, faction! Do you mean the, it's always the one I forget the name of. The Imperialist faction. Yeah, the Blackbeard is so violent as a mech. It's a mech that's built around grappling, right? The entire point of the Blackbeard is to get as close to you as possible and just slam into you as hard as possible. Harrison, you're thinking of Harrison. Yeah, Harrison, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, I didn't really play Titanfall. So the Harrison mechs, I can pull up a couple of those. I think Harrison has a couple of the ones I really like. Yeah, here's the Napoleon. I really like the Napoleon. The Saladin and the Napoleon are some of my favorites. Yeah, here's the Saladin. Yeah, I can see why these are guns are dangerous in space. Why not melee? I mean, well, what happens, right? This is what has happened in reality is that melee is limited by the human ability to swing sword or stab with spear. It's limited by your shoulder joints, whereas a gun is limited by the chemical energy of the chemical energy that we can fit into a couple of grains. Yeah, no, the Blackbeard, I would say the Blackbeard's thing is actually arguably even funnier, which is the Blackbeard's motto is, why not be bullets? Why not be bullets? Speaking of why not be bullets. My second favorite Lancer mech in terms of gameplay. From a gameplay standpoint, this is my second favorite after the Blackbeard. I love the Caliban. This thing's so goofy. This thing rules. This thing rules from a gameplay perspective. The Goblin is really popular. The Goblin is really, really popular for a reason. I kind of think the Goblin is a poorly designed mech from a gameplay standpoint. Not because it's not good. It is. But because it's good. Because it is good. that the thing is like the goblin is just like, this is the mech you use for hacking, and that limits the entire space for expressing other hacking type mechs. And it's not like they don't have any. Like, there's a Manticore is also kind of a hacky mech, but it really does kind of limit the space that, like, whenever you're doing any hacking, you have to think about why would you not use the goblin? That's it. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you, Blue. I am with you, Blue. I am with you. And actually, literally, there's a literally one in Lancer. Lancer has one. Not Lancer. Infinity has one. This is the Shakush in Infinity. But yeah, they should do it more often, I think. But again, like, I am very pro making the mechs kind of inhuman. I'm very enthusiastic about that. Yeah, the short pair and the long pair. I am very, very enthusiastic about making pretty inhuman mechs. Speaking of which, I grabbed one of the most human-looking mechs, but the Tortuga's so cool. The Tortuga's so cool. Tortuga rocks. I think the Tortuga's the consensus second best hacking mech after the Goblin. Which is very funny. But yeah, this thing, oh, it's a big stretch. I do not like the Pacific Rim mechs. Mostly because I find the double control scheme too goofy. I don't think I like anything in Pacific Rim, actually. That's actually a really good question, Blue. The thing that I get caught up on with mech designs that I end up talking about a lot is not the top heaviness, but the ground pressure. That, like, if you have something... We already have a problem with tanks sinking into the ground. Tanks actually have, by the way, so ground pressure, let's clarify here for a second. Ground pressure. Ground pressure is the terminology for how much pressure a vehicle is exerting on the ground, or anything, right? Like, so you stand up and your feet are exerting a pressure on the ground, which is going to be, the heavier you are. If you have the same size of feet, but you pick up 50 pounds, you pick up a barbell, you are now actually exerting more pressure per square inch of the same foot, right? So as things get heavier, they exert more ground pressure for the same area, right? It's there's a surface area to how much you're touching the ground, and then there's an amount of force that is caused by mass, and then divided by the area, that's your ground pressure. And so one of the things that's kind of interesting is that modern tanks actually have a much lower ground pressure than modern cars because of the treads, right? The treads are just disperse it so much more widely that it actually comes out that an M1A1 Abrams is exerting less ground pressure than your Toyota Corolla. And so I think that's kind of neat. But this is what I think about with mechs, and it's like, this is like one of the two things I brought up a lot when I had my big canned rant about Metal Gear Rex, which I think Metal Gear Rex is one of the coolest looking vehicles on the planet. I think it's my single favorite mech in all of mech design history is Metal Gear Rex. Metal Gear Rex is less mobile than a tank. That is the actual thing about most mechs. The majority of mechs that exist in fiction would be less mobile than the tanks that they are replacing, because they would only be able to move over very hard or even prepared ground. They would not be all-terrain. Metal Gear Rex would have less terrain. You're thinking of Ray. Rex can't swim. But that just causes other questions. Like, we already have nuclear submarines. This is not a technological innovation to have nuclear-capable submarines. But no, Rex, I'm pretty sure, can't swim. But that said, even if it can swim, that still means it can't, like... It would be defeated by the Watchung Mountains, right? It would be completely defeated by the Watchung Mountains, which is... Those are not very impressive mountains. It would be defeated by, like, a farm. We have managed to create a military vehicle that cannot handle... We have finally created a military vehicle that cannot handle a wheat farm. That cannot walk across a barley field. We have finally managed to create it. After thousands of years of innovation in the field of combat, we've finally created something that would not be able to walk across a prepared parade ground. Like, this is... Anyway, I think that's just kind of an interesting thing. So I think less about the top heaviness and more about the fact that they would just, like, sink into the ground. In the case of IPSN mechs, it's less of a question because IPSN mechs, like the Tortuga, which is what we're looking at here, Tortuga is designed for space. Tortuga is designed for boarding actions of spaceships. Dumbass _ LMAO does propose that if you have another way to disperse mass via anti-gravity thrusters, this is true. This is true. That would change things. But you got to tell me. You got to tell me. Like, this got to be there in the fiction. Like, you got to tell me. Metal Gear Rex, I am like 99% sure does not have that. And also, hello, Safer Q. Hello, Safer Q. Yeah, Metal Gear. I am like 99% sure that that Metal Gear Rex doesn't have that. Imagine though if Metal Gear Rex just like had had helicopter blades. Because like that would work, right? Like you don't need to use like you don't need like the least complicated form of this that would require the least like additional fuel and the least like new physics would be helicopter blades. And just imagine Metal Gear Rex just like pulling out like a beanie cap, like a little propeller hat, in order to keep itself from sinking into the ground. Amazing. Amazing. This is so funny to me. This is so good. Yeah, this is so good. I already made the Metal Gear Rex that has my beard. I wonder if I can find that at all quickly. Hammer Slammers was a whole series of sci-fi merc company based off French Foreign Legion. Interesting. Funny spin hat go burr. Yes. Oh god, why are there 14k posts about Asgore? I don't need to see this. That's not my business. That is not my business. Somebody else's problem. That's Ralsei with a gun. Yeah, here it is. This one I liked a lot. I mean, the thing is, like, you know, why does Ralsei have a gun? Because it's a funny meme. It's a very funny meme to give Ralsei a gun. It's a very funny meme to give Ralsei a gun. Osprey. Sorry, I'm just thinking about it in terms of Metal Gear. In terms of Metal Gear Rex, it's like it. Yeah, let's make Metal Gear Rex an even worse piece of equipment and like take the lessons from the Osprey. just take lessons from the Osprey. For what it's worth, as much as I love Rex. I think Rex is like, again, it's like my visually favorite mech in the universe. It's a very stupid piece of equipment. It's a very, very stupid piece of equipment because the thing that you are trying to accomplish with a nuclear weapon is deterrence and standoff. And yeah, no, Pickled Brains, I think it actually works with the storyline. I think it actually reinforces the themes of Metal Gear Solid. I think it actually makes it better. I do think it's not Kojima. I don't want to. I think that I don't think this is like a Kojima thing. I don't think that Kojima thought this through because Kojima didn't think that Metal Gear Solid is about nuclear weapons. Kojima is on the record as saying that Metal Gear Solid is about genetics, and that's a very different and much worse written part of the story than the part that's about nuclear weapons. So Ryan the Space God, no, that's the entire point, is that what Metal Gear is a failing arms company. A failing arms company came up with a Hail Mary gimmicky super weapon and then successfully managed to bribe / persuade a similarly irresponsible government official, the DARPA chief, into funding it using black funds, which are not congressionally approved because those are faced by lure scrutiny. Because if you apply any scrutiny to the Metal Gear project, the Metal Gear project does not make the United States nuclear war better. Actually, serious, I actually disagree. Yeah, their tank failed, so they turned it into a tractor that can pull a nuke around. Yep, that's kind of it. That's kind of it. Richard Bong. I don't know Richard Bong. Hello, Insane Asylum. I don't know Richard Bong. What the heck is Richard Bong? Let's see if I can find a story adjacent to Richard Bong that I might know. Richard Bong. Oh, okay. I actually do kind of have a little bit of a thing to say about Richard Bong. Okay, he was a World War II flying ace. That's an incredible name. Yeah, Dick Bong is a, and he was called Dick. Wow, yeah, he was called Dick. Yeah, Dick Bong. But yeah, I think that this is actually a, I think that that's not the most interesting part of the story. I don't think that the nuclear thing is pure set dressing. I don't think the nuclear thing is pure set dressing because what the nukes element is about trusting people with authority. Are people who have power using that power responsibly? And I would actually say I do kind of think it's not really about determinism because it doesn't really engage with the concept of philosophical determinism. It's not really it is engaged with like power and having people push you around and manipulate you, but it doesn't really propose philosophical determinism as a like force. It just proposes the idea that you can be known and manipulated based off of your starting conditions, that other people can do things, and that's not really what philosophical determinism is about. And that like is a lot of what the story is about, and it's about like, is it the nuclear element of the story, which is, again, I don't think it's what Kojima thinks is the most important. I think it's the most important because I think it's the best written part and I think it's the most interesting, but I don't think it's what Kojima's focus was on. Yeah, whether or not who you are determines who you have to be. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think that that's especially what Kojima was more focused on. I just think the nuclear part's super interesting. I do think it ties into there decently well, which is that how much can you trust these people with the authority that they've been given over your life? The US is notionally a democracy, right? The US is notionally a democracy, but how much control do any of us US citizens? I know that I am a US citizen. I'm not sure who else is. I'm pretty sure at least 5 of you are. Just looking at who's chatting. I'm not going to call people out, but I'm pretty sure several of you are. I'm pretty sure a couple of you are not. But if you are an American, you notionally get to vote over who is using a over our nuclear policy, right? Like the U.S. government is notionally a democracy, which means that everything the U.S. government does has to at least be in some way responsive to the wishes of its people via our votes in popular elections, in free and fair elections. And if you are doing things with like black budgets and under multiple layers of secrecy, and the people doing it are doing it out of pride and greed, and are lying to your face and are not, and like the entire system is set up to make it so that they never have to tell you, how much control do you actually have? And who is in control of that, right? Like who's in control of those weapons, if that's how that works? And it goes doubly so if if people are like, oh, like what about the Japanese element? It's like, well, the Japanese are, if you are Japanese, you are at the mercy of this U.S. system. You are even further removed. But even the U.S. citizens don't really have any say over this. And how do you live in a world where the most impactful political decision is one that is made with hidden information and lied about to your face, and that you really can't even perceive what is happening? That's a lot of that's what I thought was really interesting about that. And again, Rex is not a good component of this. Rex is not a... When people say like, oh, the ultimate weapon, Metal Gear, this is stupid. This is asinine. The U.S. has what they call a nuclear triad. I may as well pull it up, right? I may as well pull up the charts. Nuclear triad. We can pull up a defense chart here. We can pull up a nice classic defense chart. This one's actually not that bad. So in a way, you guys are being robbed of a real disaster here. This is the way that the U.S. nuclear strategy actually works in practice, is that the U.S. has ground-based, sea-based, and airborne nuclear weapons. And the... This is the key to it, is that you've got the ground-based weapons are slow, the air-based weapons are extremely fast, and the sea-based ones are second strike capability, so that even if somebody did have the capability to shoot down all of the bombers and shoot down all of the missiles, they would still get hit by the seaborne ones. Metal Gear Rex does not help with this. Metal Gear Rex does not fit into the strategy. It does not contribute in a useful way. It only makes things more dangerous, and importantly, because this is literally the plot of the game, it gives you nukes that can be stolen more easily. That's the real problem with it. And I shouldn't say the real problem. That's the thing that happens in the plot. Like, that's the thing that's like really shoots this all in the head, is that these are weapons that expose the U.S. to additional nuclear risk that... Yeah, Rex is, well, and specifically, like, a Minuteman is the bigger one. Like, it doesn't do anything that, like, we can't do with a Minuteman and a B-2 Spirit, in particular. It's... And really the point, yeah, serious. This is, I think they were conscious of this. I think this was deliberate. The real point of Rex, the real function of Rex, is that it got a contract for an arms contractor that was friends with the DARPA chief. That's the actual thing. That's the actual function of Rex, is as a jobs program for an already incredibly rich guy. And I think that's neat. The entire world is endangered for the ego and pocketbook of one really rich guy. Incredible. 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 I love it. I love it. And yeah, also just like in case anybody might have been missing this, with a railgun means that you are giving up a lot of range. Who died anyway, and I think it's really telling that when he died, he goes to his grave asking you to not tell anybody because it will affect his stock prices. Well, dumbass LMAO. This is a thing that many mech fictions engage with at varying levels of success. The most successful one is the complete is the one that Lancer uses. I like Lancer's explanation the most, which is that they got so good at engineering you can make a mech shaped like anything. You can make a tank shaped like anything on the goddamn planet. And the advantage of the mechs in the advantage of making them look humanoid is that you make them look like us. It is about the ego of the pilots and the manufacturers. Year friendly? Yeah, Donald. Yes, I did. Yeah, no, it was the Arms Tech president. You're correct. You're correct, Serious Story. I meant to say the Arms Tech president is the one who dies complaining about his stock prices. Yes, not the DARPA chief. The Arms Tech president. Why would the DARPA chief give a crap about that? Yeah, Baker was the Arms Tech guy. My bad. My bad. You are correct. You are correct, Serious Story. But it is very, very funny that, like, why does this go down? Because Donald and Baker are friends, and Baker's company is failing, and they need to come up with a project that no, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. And I just replayed it. I'm just kind of bad with names. That's the actual truth of the matter. Is I don't have an excuse of it not being a long time, because I've replayed Metal Gear Solid on stream a couple weeks, maybe a month or so ago, and like that's I'm just bad with names. I'm not just kind of bad with names. That's it. But yeah. Like, yeah, he goes to his grave complaining about his stock prices, which is really funny. Being pedantic can be funny. Sometimes you got to be sparing with it. You got to be sparing with it. You have to be careful. You have to make choices about when you're being pedantic. But yeah, I love that. Even if Metal Gear, even if Rex like worked, it's not like a good idea. Like strategically, it's not a matter of like the technology of it. It's like strategically. And Ryan the Space God, that is actually a kind of interesting story that your grandfather was involved with that. A heavy weight to bear. A heavy weight to bear. Besides the ego and neurological reasons, yeah. I mean, in the case, there are places where like Evas, right? Evangelions, those aren't. Evangelions are not engineering weapons, right? The point of Evangelion is not that it is the most efficient way to deliver kinetic energy to an opponent. The reason why Evangelions exist is Evangelions are spiritual weapons as much as they are engineered weapons. They are spiritual weapons. Because the thing that an Evangelion is designed to defeat is not metal, it is AT fields. And AT fields operate on a different series of concerns than steel and concrete. And so the fact that Evangelions are human-shaped, I'm actually willing to accept pretty well, because they need to be human-shaped. Yeah, they're alien in design and material. Yeah. Like they're operating with like metaphysics involved, right? Like Horus mechs. Like Horus mechs. We are about to get hit by ads, and that is a great timing for me to use the bathroom. So I am going to put us on the fan art, and I will be back in a few minutes. This should be shorter than last time because I'm not hungry. Last time I was really hungry, so I went upstairs and had some snacks. But I shouldn't need that right now, so I'm just going to throw to ads, and we will be back. Thank you all for your support and your patience. And I'm back, and I'm back. Blue, what is it? What do you mean by the music being drunk? That's what I'm curious about. Is like what do you mean by the music being drunk? I'm curious about that. But yes. Take a big old sip of water. Weird distortions. Oh. Let me take a look at something here. Yup. That is VTube Studio. Yup, that is VTube Studio eating up too much processor is what that is. That is... bleh. There's a part of me that's wondering if I should get a re-rig that doesn't use vBridger just to save CPU resources, because the combination of vBridger and VTS eats up a lot. Okay, so yeah, I should also mess up my mic too. Like everything should sound weird. It should be universal sound crunch. I don't know, man. I don't know. I bought this computer specifically just to run OBS and VTS, and it's not doing the best job. In theory, I could use an iPhone and do the tracking on the iPhone and then feed that in through OBS and not run VTS on my computer. But I have an iPhone, and the iPhone doesn't believe I have a face. The iPhone does not like my face. So I can't use it for tracking. I use a webcam for tracking. Which comes with limitations, but at least it can pick up my face. Yeah, the aphasia iPhone. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, beard. The glasses I don't think are helping very much. The glasses throw off my tracking on my webcam, right? So I just took off my glasses right now, so I can't read chat. But you can tell pretty quickly that my tracking improves quite a bit without my glasses on. I am apparently gendoing my my computer all the time, and I could go over to contacts, but the truth of the matter is that I don't like contacts. I just flat out don't like contacts, and you know what? I wonder. Is there a way... So the thing is also contacts are expensive, and I don't like wearing them. I find them very uncomfortable. LASIK. There is LASIK. I like wearing glasses though. Like I just genuinely think I look better with them on. And I also like having a physical barrier between my squishy, vulnerable eyes and small objects that might get into my eyes, because sometimes you just hear something hit your glasses. Right, so it's like, oh, that would go in my eye. I do wonder, because like I'll take them off if I'm doing stuff like really close up to my face. Like if I'm doing like really tight mini painting, or if I'm doing calligraphy, sometimes I'll take them off just to like, because again, I'm very nearsighted, right? That's the term, nearsighted. I'm very nearsighted, so if I'm doing stuff that's very close in, I'll take off my glasses. Yeah, but then you look like a phony, because you're a phony. I also kind of like being able to take off my glasses and just get the low def world. I kind of like the low def world. Also, LASIK is expensive and I'm very cheap. Glasses are like $3 a year. Glasses are so cheap. So I'm kind of sticking with them for a while. And yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at on the glasses front. Is I guess kind of prefer the way they look, and yeah. No, Zenny on Zenny Optical, you can get glasses for $7 a pair. I've been paying $7 a pair for like over a decade now, and they last for more than a year, so it comes out to like $3 a year. My vision insurance is not good. Yeah, but I've been wondering. This probably won't work well with being cheap, but I'm wondering if I could get like a USB. Yeah, with the lenses. Yeah, no, it's yeah, no. Zenny's powerful. Zenny is very, very powerful. No. I'm looking for a mini projector. Is that a thing? I'm wondering if I can get like a projector onto my desk and just project from my computer, just project chat onto my desk. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking about that. These aren't actually that expensive, like $50. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. I'm wondering about this. Because really just keeping track of chat. If I'm doing a hand cam stream, I only really care about the chat, about chat. Which is a funny way to use a projector, right? It's a funny way to use a projector to like hang a projector from my ceiling and just project onto my desk. Or I guess I could hang it from my microphone arm. But that doesn't accomplish what I'm trying to do, right? That doesn't accomplish what I'm trying to do. That's not helpful. That's just adding another monitor. I need it to be like inches away from my face is the thing. Like I need it to be like right next to my face. It's so maybe, I don't know, that feels more complicated. That's more than $40. The cheapest one I can find is $40. Min throw distance of 1 meter is a problem. Yeah, time to get Google Glasses. Yeah. I mean, I do have the option of doing everything in VR, right? Of getting a VR headset. That's definitely gonna be cheaper than $40, right? That's definitely the way to go. Minimum throw distance. I'm wondering if I can find one that's got throw distance of like 1 foot. I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to find a minimum throw distance of under 3 feet. Is what it looks like. Well, 2.67 feet. It looks like the smallest one I've been able to find. Anyway. This is a goofy solution. This is a very goofy solution that I am thinking about. We are being silly. We are being very, very silly. Yeah, I really don't like doing VR. I find VR is less immersive than not VR. I'm always very surprised when people say that they find VR very immersive. It always feels very I am not into it. I guess I just also haven't done anything in VR that felt like it was taking advantage of the VR-ness at all. It's all felt like it was a arbitrary. It's all felt very, very like it's just kind of like tacked on randomly and isn't really getting anything done, and it's just kind of there, right? It's just kind of there. Very small amount of good VR games. Yeah, and I've played a couple that people have said they thought were really good, and I was not particularly moved. Yeah, that's also a thing, right? That's the thing. Scaldi is like, because there's a couple of things that happen that cause VR to feel less immersive than just looking at a screen for me. One of those is the glasses, right? Is like I have to get my glasses in there too, and then I can feel the glasses just crushing into my face. Yeah, and then you have to look at very specific angles. Like it's like you have to think very hard about what angle you're looking at things, and if you look at things slightly wrong, they come out really fuzzy and weird. And then there's the last part, which is feels really insurmountable, which is if it's a VR game where they use your walking for anything, I feel like I have to be hyper aware of where my legs are at any moment. And then I compare that with, like, I guess I'm just like so used to playing FPSs. I've been like so acculturated to the first person shooter and games like them, and for that matter, books, right? For that matter, I read a book, and if I'm getting into it, if the prose is good, I do not feel like I am sitting on a couch reading a book. It stops feeling like that to me pretty quickly. It pretty quickly becomes, I am transported. I see the characters. I feel what they are feeling. I feel their weather. I do not feel like I am in my chair. I feel like I am on their spaceship. I am at their battlefield. I am in the tavern. Like I smell the coffee and the horse manure and blah blah blah. And so like that's already the baseline for just a book. And then with the VR, I am made constantly aware of the fact that like my head is heavy and my glasses are being squeezed, and that I need to be meeting the technology every step of the way on where it's at. And so I've just not found it to do any of the stuff that I want it to do. And the thing is, like, I can think of games where I would kind of actually really like them in VR, and I just don't know if they're done. Like any of those games that are like submarine simulators where it's simulating just the interface. That would, I think, work really well. I think that like doing like just simulating like the cockpit or of something would work quite a bit better in VR. Which I guess kind of showcases a little bit of the limitations of the technology, because it's like a little bit of a limitation. Super Hot is your favorite VR. Super Hot makes sense to me as a VR game in no small part because Super Hot is in setting VR. Super Hot is in setting VR. There might Elite Dangerous has a VR, I think. I haven't played Elite Dangerous, but I think it has VR. Apple Vision Pros. Well, we'll see. I'm also not going to spend $2,000 on a peripheral. Sorry. That's like the real thing that's going to kill VR for me as a person. It's like I'm not spending $2,000 on a VR on a VR headset. I'm just not spending $2,000 on it. That's not happening. Get it down to, I think I would pay $30 for VR goggles. I think that's about where my valuation on how much you would pay to see Vex play Subnautica. Oh my goodness. The game that I would actually kind of like to do in VR would be Hardspace. I think Hardspace Shipbreaker in VR would be pretty cool. That one I think would work pretty well. Beautiful Angel, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I'm not making any guess on the probability or marketability or likelihood of it happening, or even capacity for it to happen. I just wouldn't pay more than that. I don't think $40 is like $40 like already feels like a real stretch to me to pay for a pair of VR goggles. $30 feels like reasonable and human, but 40 plus feels like a ripoff to me. Which is not what they cost at all. Nowhere near what they cost. So it's going to be a while. I'm going to be waiting a while before I get one. Unless we have some breakthrough in production, probably no. I can see one way that I could get a pair of VR goggles for $30, which is having a roommate with VR goggles who needs to move out like now. Right, like if I like somebody who's trying to move product, who's just trying to liquidate their stuff incredibly fast, and it's multiple generations behind, right? Like if it's like multiple generations behind, let's move in with you, bro. HUD glasses would probably be better. HUD glasses are kind of interesting in that like we're pretty far away from them having mass adoption, but they do have some that are. I have seen some like really good uses for HUD glasses in industry, and that just like makes perfect sense to me. Like it's like not at all complicated to me that a pair of HUD glasses would be really useful for like welding. That just feels intuitively obvious to me. Or for that matter, surgery, right? It's just like, oh, that's like really obvious to me that having a pair of goggles that can track certain things and like keep a checklist up in the top left corner for you is going to be useful, right? Is going to be really, really useful. But that's I don't know. It's kind of like the consumer grade ones that like you use in your daily life. I mean, we're pretty far from being impressed with those. Yeah, yeah, and like again, like there's things that like the kind of promise of VR is kind of neat. You know what would be a game that would be pretty neat in VR from my perspective is Tabletop Simulator. There's a game. There's a game where I would not, if I found a comfortable set of VR glasses, Tabletop Sim makes perfect sense to me. That's Tabletop Sim rules. Tabletop Sim, like S tier investment, folks. If for whatever reason you have decided that your entire video game budget for the year is like $30, get Tabletop Simulator. That's the game. That's the game. That's the game of games. That's the king game. That's the king. The grand one. The true game. The true game. I don't know what else do you need, right? If you have Tabletop Simulator. Tabletop Simulator like literally saved me hundreds of dollars. Probably horrible for the board gaming industry. Probably horrible for them. But excellent for me. Excellent for me as a consumer. I have enjoyed it muchly. Stretchy. But yeah, where was I? Oh, it's funny. It's funny how this. I'm just noticing how that catches my mouse on some windows, but not on others. Wreck on the back. Okay, we are running into the part where I'm getting stressed out about having enough time to pack and clean in advance of uhhh, in advance of the uhhh. And I guess if I'm getting stressed about that, that's probably a sign that my ability to make this a relaxing and nice stream is pretty compromised. I didn't do any calligraphy today. I may as well show off that. So if you meet me at Offkai, I may as well make a post about this on probably Twitter. You meet me at Offkai. Let's turn on. I leave early on Wednesday. I leave very, very early on Wednesday. And the airline has been fucking with me, so I am pretty cranky about that. I am pretty cranky about that. But what can you do? What can you do? Please do not try to give me any food. I am vegan. My dietary restrictions are annoying, but they are mine. I wish from Newark, actually. I actually tried to swap over to Newark. I actually don't mind Newark. I mind JFK and LaGuardia a lot more than I mind Newark. Oh, right now? Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. But nope, I don't want to use this one. There we go. There we go. Assuming I'm not swamped. I will merrily make people I came up with a solution for doing some name tags. So if you happen to catch me, I will merrily make these. I will merrily make these for folks. But don't give me food. I am generally comfortable with hugs. I am not comfortable with photos. So, I should probably write that down before I leave. But that is where I will be doing calligraphy for folks. No other streams this week. No other streams this week. Unless I miss my flights, in which case I'll be streaming Friday. Maybe Wednesday as well, but definitely not Tuesday. Definitely not Tuesday. I've got a pack tomorrow, and so on. Do folks have a raid target they would like? Because I've got a couple of people I could go to. I have a couple of people I could go to. And well, Wande, I don't think anybody will be. I'm so calm I'm so quiet these days. I'm so freaking quiet these days. So Uji I just raided, so we're not going to raid Uji. We're not going to raid Ujiji. I I think that's who we're going to raid, actually. Yes, I think Exalted Emily has called it. I think she has who I had in mind. So let's we're going to say hi to Ratmost. The rat with the most. I like Ratmost. She's very nice. She's a nice lady. So yeah, let's go with T1 Burst, because this one's funny. Okay, folks. Thank you all for being here. We're going to go say hi to Ratmost. If you are unfamiliar with my Discord, I will still probably be checking my Discord while I am on vacation. Not on vacation, this is a work trip. I shouldn't act like it's a vacation at all. I will be back after Off-Kai, probably like next Friday. I don't know about until then. I love you all. Have a lovely, lovely weekend. Goodbye. Oh, hold on. Gotta get... There we go. Goodbye.